Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, and I am the Dragon of Politics, getting used to saying that instead of the Southern tier. And I'm happy to be here with you Sunday, 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, because we want to hear your voice. We want to talk about the issues that matter. Now, if this is the first time that you are seeing our channel, we want you to know that every Sunday we go live around the world to hear what you have to say, because the First Amendment is not just an American principle. It is true for everyone in the world, and we want you to share in that. And we thank you for joining us today. As you will see throughout the show, and as you can see right now, Graham has already said hello. Hello, Graham. Thank you for reaching us. I know you're out of California. Happy Life has joined us. Happy Life is not always with us, but I'm happy that you're here today. And we look forward to hearing from everyone from around the world. You can also call in to 607-242-9247. You'll see it scrolling above my head throughout the entire time we're going to be live. And so you can call in from anywhere in the world, or just leave your chat, your tweet in the comments here, and we'll be happy to refer to that as well. Today, we're going to be talking about a lot of things, including war crimes, which is a big deal. War crimes that America, Joe Biden, may be committing at this moment. Cluster bombs. It's a big issue. It's a big deal. We're going to be talking a little bit about that very shortly. But before I get to that, and I want you to know that you can also watch the program on, this is on Rumble, and we will be checking for comments there. You won't see the comments from Rumble live, but I will be checking on that, because remember, that's a big deal. If you don't support YouTube, that's okay. We understand because of the censorship that they are doing right now, and it's all right. You can reach us and watch us on Rumble. We'll be there for you too. In fact, we normally get about 500% more people watching on Rumble than on YouTube. Graham says, LOL, cocaine at the White House. Biden-Harris administration is transforming the presidency just as much as Trump did. Well, I'd say they're transforming it far more. I think Trump was trying to go somewhat backwards in times to a more conservative outlook. And we are seeing that the Biden-Harris administration is continuing to move forward in a progressive movement. They are barreling forward, taking everyone with them. I don't know how good that is, but that is what it seems they are doing. Now, we're going to be talking about a lot of things here. I want to remind everyone, by the way, if you did not see the notification ahead of time, just to let you know, we did have an interview, our first interview with a 2024 presidential national candidate. And we do look forward for you seeing this. This is Mike Termat, and it's an hour-long conversation between him and I talking about the issues that actually matter to you. Let me just play for a second what our conversation was. This is a small clip. It'll take about 1 minute. Vice President Kamala Harris tried to answer the question, what is culture? And her answer was, to be kind would be to say she made it circular. So rather than go with that definition, and to make sure everyone's on page with you, when you say our culture, what do you mean?
I mean the broad collection of the ways that people behave and the values that we live our lives by throughout our society. And so it's a collection of behaviors and a collection of values, and how those interact with each other and how they play out and how we choose to live our lives.
That is so
to me
succinct.
is culture. Pardon?
That is so succinct. Now, that was a very succinct answer that came from Mike Termat, and he is a libertarian. Oops. Sorry. Almost had the wrong thing there. And I think it's a very Vice President interesting. Kamala Harris. Stop with the sound. All right. I think that was a very interesting answer. I think you'll find the entire conversation quite interesting, whether you're a libertarian, a conservative, a Republican, a Democrat, or even a progressive. I think that you will find this important. And I think it's very important that we are able to hear from every voice for those who are going to be seeking the presidency in 2024. We need to pick the right person. Because when we pick the wrong person, when we pick them for the wrong reasons, well, we get things like what we're seeing right now. To go back to the comments, Happy Life says, George Bush was a big cocaine user. No big deal at this point. Well, George Bush wasn't using cocaine in the White House. Yes, he admitted to being a drug user prior to his time in the White House, not during it. And there was never cocaine found in the White House or any other drugs found in the White House under President George Bush, under either Bush or Reagan. So there's a big difference there. Does it make a difference? Yes. And I'm going to get into this a little bit more once we get into the show a little bit further, but here's my reason. If someone is using drugs, just like if they were in a relationship with a Chinese spy like Eric Swalwell, this then gives them a weakness. This is a point that can be used by spies, agencies, other nations to try and subvert and to gain influence in the White House and in national politics. It is a problem because literally you would be denied a security clearance if you were known to be a drug user, an addict, if you have a sexual relationship with someone who is of dubious nature, because you are now corruptible. You are not trustworthy. So it has a lot of interest. But I'll go further with this. Let me go further. And in terms of whether I prefer Trump, DeSantis, a lot of people have a lot of views there. When I do my interviews, especially with presidential candidates, which we have done over the years, we've been doing this since 2008, talking to elected officials and candidates in what they're going to be do once elected, we don't pick a side. That the interview isn't biased. Unlike what we saw with Vosh when he talked to Mike Termott, he was looking to promote socialism. He was trying to get into an argument to try and prove his point that socialism is great, which I disagree with. But unlike Vosh, I don't do interviews to try and do a gotcha or to get an advantage. My interview with Mike Termott was about informing the public on the issues that matter, issues that are affecting us right now, like the geopolitics that's going on, the war in Ukraine, what's happening in Southeast Asia, the U.S. economy, talking about education. It's not about what I think. In my interviews with elected officials and candidates for an election, it's always about what you need to know about the things that are going to affect your life. So we do hope when we put that out, everyone will take a moment to look at it. Happy Life goes, if Biden wins again, what will happen to America? Collapse? Very likely. Very likely. And actually, that brings us to, and we always like to start off, if this is the first time you're seeing the channel, we do welcome you. We thank you for being part of our audience. We hope you'll join us like Happy Life and Graham have in reaching out and asking us your questions and talking about this. But to your point, Happy Life, we know that in May, over 15,000 Americans were abandoned in the Sudan. This is important to remember. And as of this moment, on July 9th, the best that we can understand is there are still some 13,700 Americans, at least, that remain in the Sudan at this moment as the civil war is reaching the genocidal levels that we saw under the Obama administration. Literally, a internationally recognized genocide. The civil war is, if you think Ukraine-Russia is bad, this is worse. And we know that at best, maybe 1,000 Americans have left, not because of the Biden-Harris administration, but because of their own efforts, along with hundreds of thousands of others trying to escape the Sudan and the fighting there. This is important because this is the third time that the Biden-Harris administration have left Americans in dangerous war zones. They did it in Afghanistan, they did it in Ukraine, and now they have done it in the Sudan. 30,000 Americans. Why am I bringing this up? This is news from May. We've been talking about it because we continue to remember those Americans. And more importantly, and of importance with this, is the fact that according to The Guardian, there was a scathing report from the State Department saying that Joe Biden and Antony Blinken failed the American people, that they, in their race to run away from Afghanistan, to run away from the Taliban, that they abandoned Americans and endangered lives, and they failed. It was a fiasco, which I think everyone agrees with. But now we see that this has come out. Now, this report, by the way, came out July 4th while everyone was paying attention to fireworks. They buried the story. They buried the lead. And as you can see, this is July 1st. This report was buried over the holiday weekend. You weren't supposed to pay attention to this. You weren't supposed to notice that agency after agency, upon reviewing what the Biden-Harris administration did, results in nothing but failure. That this was an abysmal result, more embarrassing than the evacuation of Saigon in the 1970s. And the thing I found that was really interesting in this article, and you can see it's somewhat buried in there, the official speaking to reporters on condition of anonymity declined to say why this review from the United States State Department, admitting that the Biden-Harris administration completely failed, that this was not the success that we were told in the news media, that this was done in March of 2022. It has taken a year, almost a year and a half, almost 18 months for us to find out a report that almost immediately told us about the failure of the Biden-Harris administration. And you may say, well, Mike, why wouldn't they release that in March of 2022? Something that the officials being quoted by international credible news agencies is saying they have no idea. We don't know why they waited until July 4th of 2023 to tell the American people something they knew in March of 2022. Well, I can give you a really simple answer on that. It's because of the 2022 midterm elections. It's because the Biden-Harris administration has been focused on nothing but getting reelected. And they did not want you to hear about it. Now, I'm going to go to the comments in just 1 second. And I see you, Agent Black, I know you're getting in touch with us from England. But one moment, because there was another response. And this came from the White House. This is Joe Biden. And it was brought to our attention by the Liberty First Foundation. Jan Raines brought this up. I think it was really important. I thank her for this. I can't see everything. But this is what Joe Biden had to say. Oh, come on. I don't want the ad there. Sorry, folks. There we go.
I said Al-Qaeda would not be there.
I said it wouldn't be there. From the beginning, sorry.
I said it wouldn't be there. I said we'd get...
Come on.
No, all the evidence is coming back there. Remember what I said about Afghanistan? I said Al-Qaeda would not be there. I said it wouldn't be there. I said we'd get help from the Taliban. What's happening now? What's going on? Read your press. I was right. Thanks.
So the report is from the State Department, actually, about the withdrawal.
So, as you can see, and I want to be clear, Joe Biden has a report that he had since March of 2022 from the State Department that tells everyone that he failed, that everything he told the American people was a lie, that he left over 5,000 American citizens knowingly in Afghanistan, just as he's done since in Sudan and what he did in the Ukraine with 10,000 Americans, that he left at least 5,000 Americans in the Afghanistan to the tender mercies of Al-Qaeda and ISIS and the Taliban. And Joe Biden's here trying to tell you, no, he was right and it was a success and you shouldn't question him on this. Notice he runs away. He doesn't want to answer the questions. He doesn't want to talk about the Americans that he abandoned. He wants to try and sell this idea like he did a good job, that somehow this was a success. His State Department doesn't agree with him. The United States military doesn't agree with him. The world doesn't agree with him. So to answer your question earlier, Happy Life, when you mentioned what happens if Biden wins again, Well, so far, the history has been that American citizens around the world are being abandoned, thrown to the wolves, and he goes on and he just ignores it. He ignores them and their plight, and he forgets about it, and the news media does its very best to cover it up, to hide information from you, to try and put it out in holidays and weekends when you're not paying attention with no follow-up, and they allow this to happen without you paying attention, to make it all smooth over. That's what happens if Biden is reelected, I believe. And that's the evidence that we see over and over again, as I'm showing you, and you can see it for yourself. Agent Black, who's with us from the UK, is saying, I doubt he will get into the 2024 election, but who knows in this unpredictable, crazy world. The only thing I know is things will get better. Let's face it, they can't get much worse. Agent Black, I like your happy outlook there. I don't agree that it can't get worse. Graham says, I think that the real question is, will our country survive long enough to even have elections in 2024? Graham, absolutely. The United States will continue to move forward for the foreseeable near term. It's what happens after that. The long term of what is America is a different question. The bigger question is, will America exist as the beacon of freedom and democracy in the world? Our light is dimming. That is a danger because we're not speaking up, because they are trying to silence us, like the White House is now currently trying to defeat the First Amendment. They are fighting to be able to have contact with the social media giants out there to be able to do what we saw in the Twitter files. They are actually in court right now saying that they must be allowed through the FBI to be able to influence YouTube and Facebook and Twitter and TikTok to be able to silence your voice if they don't agree with it. That's what they're fighting for right now. That's what the Biden-Harris administration is doing. They want government-controlled censorship, which violates your First Amendment rights. And they're in court right now saying they have the right to do it. That's the problem. Not that America doesn't exist, but will America exist as a free nation, the freest nation in the world? Because if we are not, there is no one to replace us. That is just a fact. Graham goes on to say, some say the Second American Civil War will not be kinetic, but political, legal, economic, and informational. And Graham says he personally thinks a split into at least two nation states is an inevitable result. Even culturally, Americans are split further and further apart. Let me address that, Graham. If there is another American Civil War, which many people believe, a second Civil War is on the horizon, and I believe that is very likely. We will probably see that in our lifetime, in my lifetime, and I'm 55. So that gives you an idea of the time frame we have left. And as much as people would say, well, no, it'll be political, it'll be economic, it will be physical. We're talking about, and unlike what we saw in the first American Civil War, where it was a separation of North versus South, and yes, brothers fought brothers, but there was a clear dividing line. We had a dividing line, and we had clear divisions in who was fighting for what. What we will see in the Second American Civil War is not a division between this state and that state, not even this city and that city. You're talking about across the street from you. Your neighbor if you're in an apartment building, the neighbor in the apartment across from you. You're talking about very close fighting. And that is the problem. And it'll be based on ideology, something that you will not be able to identify until someone makes you aware of it. So you won't know who you're even fighting against or where they exist. It will be very dangerous, and I am very upset about that. I would love to not see that happen. But it is something that looks like it's coming. It looks like it's something that's coming down the road. And when we have things like the Biden-Harris administration, a very progressive administration, that they are actively throwing away tens of thousands of Americans to push a political agenda, when they are fighting in the White House, as we just saw, they're fighting reporters from letting the American people know the truth. It's the blatant, absolute truth. The State Department even says so. Well, that's the thing. Now, I know some people will say, Mike, but you left out the fact that they blamed Trump as well. Let me be very clear here. In this report, like the White House, like the Biden-Harris administration has tried before, Democrats want to include Trump to make it not just a Biden thing, to make it sound like it was inevitable, that it was unavoidable, that it wasn't their screw up, but it was something that was a consequence of other actions. That's not true. Let's debunk that right off the bat, because that's a lie. It is a lie that is meant to deceive you and to make them look better in every election. The fact is, the only person who was the commander-in-chief of the United States in 2021 was Joe Biden. The only one who was giving orders to General Mark Milley, who we believe is a traitor to the United States, the only one giving him orders was Joe Biden. The only one who made the decision to abandon 5,000 Americans in Afghanistan, the only one who made the decision to abandon 10,000 Americans, including children, into Ukraine, the only one who made the decision to abandon 15,000 Americans into Sudan this year is Joe Biden. You can't blame that on Trump. I don't care what policy, what agreement Donald Trump made. The person who made the decisions, made the time frame, moved the troops, left the Americans who had the planes flying without American citizens on it, that was Joe Biden. So you can try and point to Trump all you want. You can point to, I don't care who. You can point to Bush 1, Bush 2. You can point to Clinton. The fact is, the guy who was in the White House making the orders, making the decisions, the commander-in-chief, was Joe Biden. It is his fault that we have 30,000 Americans today, at this very second, that are in harm's way, and he has forgotten about each and every one of them. And that is affecting our allies. You can ask people, I know Agent Black is seeing this in the UK, in The Guardian, the BBC. I know that people in India, the Hindustan Times is talking about this. The Times of Japan is speaking about this. The world is reacting to the fact that Joe Biden, at a moment's notice, will throw away his own people. The only group of people that he has an obligation to in the world are American citizens, to protect them. And he is throwing them away as if they did not exist, like they're empty cans of soda. He's just tossing them to the side and forgetting about them because he is trying to win an election. Look, I don't care about what I would prefer. Let me word it this way. I would love to see a president who does the right thing and loses an election. I would love to see a congressman, any elected official, if they're doing the right thing and it pisses people off, I don't care. Lose the election, do the right thing. And doing the right thing doesn't involve allowing 30,000 Americans, this is a small city in America, 30,000 Americans to just disappear, to just no longer exist. Think about that. That's the size of the city of Binghamton. It is the size of many cities across this entire nation, large towns across America just disappeared because Joe Biden doesn't care. And if you want to tell me that Joe Biden is empathetic, he likes to come across and say, I'm the grandpa of America. No, he's a doddering fool that doesn't care. Because if he did care, there wouldn't be 30,000 Americans abandoned. He's abandoning 10,000 Americans per year in various war zones around the world. I'm sorry, no other president has done that. Not Democrats, not Republicans, not good ones, not bad ones. There is no other president that has done something like this except maybe in Saigon. And again, the magnitude is enormously bigger under the Biden-Harris administration than any president previously. You can be a Democrat all you want. You can't tell me that you agree with this. And as we said, and we detailed, the biggest lie of 2021, as we reported in December of 2021, is the fact that Joe Biden told you there were only 100 Americans that didn't leave Afghanistan and it was because of their choice. That is a lie. We have documented it, we have been following it, and we continue to follow it because we do not forget. And even though they've been trying to let you see all the evidence that confirms the failure, the fiasco, the abject disrespect for American citizens coming from the Biden-Harris administration, even though they're trying to hide it, we will not. It's one of the reasons why our channel gets compromised on a regular basis, why we have been suppressed. Our voice has been pushed down. We are ostracized by social media giants because it's not the approved message they want you to hear. They want you to hear that Joe Biden's great, that you need to re-elect Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, that everything is fine. You just don't understand your own life and the experiences that you are having. We disagree. We disagree. Now, if you think I am wrong, that's fine. I am a passionate man. I speak in an authoritative manner. But if you disagree with me, I will be happy to hear you. You can call into 607-242-9247 if you would like to dispute that. If you're an elected official or a candidate, especially a Democrat or a progressive, that would like to try and explain to me how the Democratic Party is doing a phenomenal job for American citizens around the world, and you would like to tell me how those 30,000 Americans that have been thrown to the wayside are better off today than they were 4 years ago, I'd love to have that conversation. If you think I am misunderstanding this, as an elected official, a Democrat in any elected office across America, fantastic. Call in. I would love to have that conversation. I will give you as much time as you require to explain how I am wrong. You won't get that offer from MSNBC. You won't get that offer at CNN. I will give you as much time as you require, unedited, in full context. Call in right now. I doubt we will hear any elected officials call in to say that Biden-Harris have done a great job when it comes to Afghanistan or in the Sudan or in the Ukraine for American citizens. But since we're talking about that, and remember, while Joe Biden is doing this, he is destroying the relationship of the United States with all of our allies, especially our closest ally, the United Kingdom. We're seeing this in the news, even the United States, even where we don't like to talk about international news, even in publications like USA Today, where they are happy to tout and carry Biden's water, even they have to admit that the Biden-Harris administration at this time has a problem with the British government, that the relationship is strained at best because of the actions of Joe Biden alone. Let me take a moment. I know I'm going to get to the cluster bombs. Please don't think I'm not going to talk about cluster bombs. I am, and I'm getting to that. But we need to understand the context of what's happening in the world today. We need to have a clear understanding of the pressures that are on the United States and how we are driving away our allies. We are isolating ourselves both politically as well as geographically as well as economically with trade. The Biden-Harris administration, in its desire to just win at all costs, to advance the political agenda of the progressive movement of the Democratic Party, 7% of Democrats are progressives. They're the Democratic Socialists, the Squad, AOC, Ilhan Omar, Cori Bush, Anna Presley, Jamal Bowman. That's only 7% of the Democratic Party, but they're in the driver's seat. And Joe Biden is doing everything along their goals. He's in the passenger seat to them driving the United States further and further to the left, abandoning even Democrats that years ago would have been considered liberals or left of center, and now they're considered Republicans. They're considered on the right. So we have to understand the nature of this because it's affecting everyone in the world. And that's a big deal. That's a very big deal. Like the movement right now, we are hearing from the major news media that we have to be terrified of nuclear power. And there are some serious concerns, like with Fukushima that we're seeing right now. The Fukushima meltdown has had long-lasting concerns. It's not over. In fact, they are looking to take radioactive water and they're going to be dumping it into the ocean very shortly. And South Korea is really, really pissed about that. This comes from Deutsche Welle, the German TV news, and you'll see...
4 out of 5 people, an opinion poll suggests, are opposed to the release of water. Rafael Grossi is here in the capital of South Korea, so to try and convince those people that it is actually safe to release this water. He's trying to convince people like the politician, the opposition politician behind me. She's been sitting outside the Japanese embassy where I am at the moment for the last 13 days. She's on hunger strike. She's drunk water, but she hasn't eaten for 13 days. She said she'll...
See, this is how important it is. We see in South Korea, when a politician is trying to make a statement, she is on a hunger strike for 13 days, hasn't eaten any food. She is sitting in front of the Japanese embassy in Korea to make her point. She's an elected official, and she is standing up for her people, saying, you do not want to release the radioactive water into the ocean, which will affect the nation of South Korea. I am impressed by that woman. I am impressed by that politician, as reported by Deutsche Welle. Now, I'm also an advocate for nuclear power, and even understanding when we see these horrible accidents that happen, and we see these meltdowns, they have long-term ramifications, and they do have a danger, and yet they are still better than solar, than wind, than geothermal, than ethanol, both in terms of the damage to the world that they create and the amount of energy, clean energy that we get from them. But I do love, and this is something we're not seeing in the United States. Think about it. How many politicians have you heard that came out and protested Bud Light? How many of them have come out and protested Target? How many of them are protesting Ben and Jerry's ice cream right now? You're not hearing them say anything. Even from the left, even AOC, even the farthest left that you can find out there, they're not out there protesting. They're not standing their ground. And even when they're complaining, they're not saying, okay, I'm going to go and protest in front of the Russian embassy, as an example. In the war in Ukraine, you don't see them go and protest the war in front of the Russian embassy, which would make a dramatic statement. It would be something seen around the world. You don't see any of these politicians that are standing up and saying, hang on, I want to protest. Where are our American citizens? The Biden-Harris administration has failed. We all see that. You can't hide that. Yet, where are they? Where are they standing up and saying, I'm angry about this? Get those American citizens back home. We know that politicians have the ability. I don't even know who this politician is in South Korea. I don't know who, when they say she's the opposition, I don't know who she's the opposition for. I don't know if she's on the left or the right. And quite honestly, I don't care. What I do know is she's standing up for the people of her nation and looking out for their best welfare. Now, I know the international world agencies are saying that the radioactivity that's going into, it's not cesium, it's a different radioactive isotope, it's not dangerous, it'll dilute and everyone will be safe. And that there's been more radioactive water that have been put into the oceans previous to what they're about to do. Fantastic. That's a different argument. But what I can say is she's at least doing what her people need her to do. She's at least making a statement, and that statement is reaching the rest of the world that's having conversations like this one between you and I, so that we can make the best decision, and hopefully we can build better nuclear power plants and make better decisions and be able to have better solutions for when there is a crisis and an accident, and still provide us the cleanest energy possible. You don't get there by having someone silence you. You don't get there with the with the Biden-Harris administration using the FBI to influence Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, to go around and to silence people and say, you can't say that nuclear power is bad. You can't ask questions about releasing radioactive materials into the ocean. You don't get to have that voice. You don't get to argue about that. You don't get to say that having the heavy metals being used for batteries and solar, electric cars, solar panels, wind, well, that's causing child slavery throughout Africa. You don't get to talk about the fact that it is creating more greenhouse gases and trying to mine that and refine it than what you're going to get saved by having a solar panel. Or the fact that you have to replace that solar panel in about 10 years. And we don't have anywhere to put it. Those solar panels, those windmill blades, they're toxic. And we have nowhere to put them except into the ground, creating more pollution than you were supposed to save. No, we don't get to have that conversation because Joe Biden wants to silence it. But by having the conversation, maybe we get a better result. That's a big deal. Now, Dow says the solid fuel rod tech is more dangerous a method of nuclear fission. It is, however, the method preferred because the military-industrial complex can use them for power and breeding nuclear fissile materials. So nuclear plants are used to be able to make nuclear weapons at a moment's notice. That's not unusual. I mean, it's the same thing as saying that chemical weapons can be made from baby food plants, and they can. It takes about 15 minutes of changing tweaking the machinery to be able to make chemical weapons and a baby food manufacturing plant. There's always that military application. My question isn't that. My question is, if we don't have these conversations, the public doesn't know this. And then governments run rampant doing the wrong thing, making the wrong decisions, just like we saw in Afghanistan, just like we see in the Sudan. If you're not able to speak about this, how many people even knew that over this weekend, the State Department put out a report that absolutely destroyed the Biden-Harris conversation, that they had success, that they did the right thing, that everything went according to plan, that it wasn't a complete failure? How many people got to see that? If you weren't watching this program, would you know about it? Would you know about what's happening in Fukushima right now and have the conversation about nuclear power? This is why the First Amendment is so powerful and so necessary. We must have this to have these conversations. But we are watching not just the Biden-Harris administration, we are watching Democrats silence people. It is clear. This is coming from Politico. Politico put out this announcement today, this morning, that Democrats are on a mission to stop any third-party presidential candidates, that they want to take people and eliminate their voice. I want to be very clear. That's like the candidate that I just did an interview with, okay? They want to go, and the same candidates that I did an interview with, where is it? Bear with me, I want to show you this again. So the very same candidate, Mike Termott, that I had an interview with, they want to silence this person. They do not want you to hear his voice. Not just because he's a libertarian candidate, because he's a third-party candidate, because he might say something that isn't approved by the Democratic Progressive Party, that he might not say everything that the progressives want you to hear. And therefore, the Democratic Party, I'm not saying this, Politico is telling you. Politico, which leans left. You can see it right here from Ground News. This is a left-leaning news organization, and they are reporting to you that Democrats are trying to silence your choices. They are trying to remove any voice that they don't like. It's right here in black and white for you. We are seeing that progressive organizations, again, the progressive movement, which is only 7% of Democrats, less than 2% of the United States population, MoveOn.org, and Third Way are trying to silence the Democrats and remove any other voice. They're going to have a meeting on July 27th to make sure you don't have a choice, that you will not hear anyone else. Where is the quote I was looking for? I had it lined up. I believe the quote I wanted to use for you. Third Way has put together research showing that a third-party campaign would hurt Joe Biden, an argument that No Labels has dismissed. So, the reason why Democrats want to silence your voice, they want to get rid of third-party candidates. That's libertarians, that's the Green Party, that's No Labels. It doesn't matter which third party you might be. If you are not a Democrat, in particular a progressive Democrat, then you don't get onto the stage to talk to the American people. They don't want people to know that there is another choice, that there is another option that is available for them. Now, I want to be very clear here. I am saying this, I am a Republican. I am a conservative Republican. And I am more than happy to have any of my Democratic candidates. That would be DeSantis, that would be Trump, that would be Tim Scott, Vivek Ramaswamy. I am happy to hear any of them, Nikki Haley, to have them on a national stage and debate against everyone. That's how sure I am that each of those candidates have a solid position and that they can stand their own against Mike Termott. They can stand their own against Joe Biden, against Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and God help us, everyone can stand up and make a case against Marianne Williamson. It's that easy. That if you were to compare them, that you will hear a better voice. Now, you may say, no, Mike, but the libertarians, they have better voices. The libertarians make a better case. They have a better plan. Mike Termott has a great plan, and I want to see that go forward. Fantastic. You're an American citizen. Hear him, make a decision, and then put your vote and your money behind it. I don't mind. But I believe that the best person is the one who will win. And if Democrats are terrified and their reasoning for silencing everyone else is their guy won't win, this is the argument that they have. They have research that tells them that Biden is going to lose. And because Biden, their choice, their power will lose, they will lose power, then you don't get a choice. This is what progressive politics has come to. You don't get a choice unless they get power. I'm sorry, that is a problem. Especially when we are seeing that when they have power, what are they doing with it? They're going to the United States courts and they're trying to take away your First Amendment rights. They're abandoning 30,000 Americans all around the world and then ignore them, forget that they even exist. And they're using cluster bombs to advance a war that has nothing to do with America. Whether you want Russia or Ukraine to win, it doesn't really matter. America has no reason to be involved in this fight. We have economically been involved in this fight because Joe Biden decided to put $120 billion and counting into this fight. We've spent almost $2 billion in total. $120 billion, $120 billion a year. And that number is increasing. We're almost at $200 billion already. And we are spending this money because Joe Biden said so. What's our reason for being in the Ukraine fight? I understand Ukraine is fighting against Russia. Fantastic. And I'd like the Ukraine to beat Russia because I think Russia is a problem. But so is the Ukraine. The Ukraine government is corrupt. They've always been corrupt. We've known that since 2013. They are corrupt. They've always been corrupt. So there are no good guys there. This is not a fight between good guys and bad guys. It's bad guys and bad guys. Some are more gray than others. But we're spending our money, your taxes, to go and fight this battle that Joe Biden is escalating. So he gave them the money now, and he gave them weapons you can't have. He gave the people M16s because they need to defend themselves, but you can't defend yourself. And now he sent over tanks because they need to defend themselves, but you can't defend yourself. And now he wants to send them F-16s so that they can protect themselves. You don't get to protect yourself. And now he's going to use cluster bombs, something that 123 nations around the world believe are illegal, according to the Geneva Convention, that they are crimes against humanity. And if you think I am somehow exaggerating that, let me be very clear about this. This is an opinion I just have. Hello, Computer 305. I see you there. I'm not sure what it means, but I'll be right there with you in just a second. But when I say that Joe Biden is violating international standards, that he's committing a war crime, this is the Yemen. And this is it. The treatise of 6 wars are so common in Sadr that our guy didn't even bother to put them out, but we stopped the car and examined shells nevertheless. They were marked with model type CBU 52B/B from the U.S. Air Force. Now you're saying, well, wait a minute, Biden didn't do that yet. No, this is from the Obama administration. This is what the Obama administration did in Yemen, and this is in 2014, as reported by Vice, again, the left. This is the reporting from the left, and it was the left, Vice itself, telling the American people that cluster bombs kill civilians, that this is evil and we need to stop. And they were angry about that. That's in 2014. This is the Obama administration with Biden as a vice president. This is the same presidency that used drones to kill civilians as well as our enemies, including American citizens on foreign soil. Did you forget about that? I didn't. And this is where Biden got the idea that he has the right to go and use cluster bombs and send them around the world. Something that is a problem because even the BBC, this is from the BBC. Again, I'm going to internationally credible sources. Only internationally credible sources for this so that you get to see and hear the answer. 11 hours ago, the BBC says, cluster bombs. Unease grows over the U.S. sending cluster bombs to the Ukraine. And in this article, in talking about the damage to innocent people, what cluster bombs are, how do they work, they note, and they buried this deep. But as you can see, deep in the article, they say, Biden's move will bypass U.S. law prohibiting the production, the use, or transfer of cluster munitions with a failure rate of more than 1%. By the way, the cluster bombs that Joe Biden wants to send and is sending to the Ukraine have a 2.5% failure rate. So according to the BBC, not Michael Voss, not the Republican Party, not conservatives, according to the United Kingdom, according to the left-leaning BBC, according to Vice News, this is a war crime. In fact, I don't even need to go to those individuals to explain it to you. Let me be very clear here. So this is being reported by Politico. Again, another credible, internationally credible, left-leaning source. This is Politico in their article, Game Changer or War Crime. DC divided on cluster bombs, which was reported today, July 9th, that came out at 11 o'clock this morning. And in this article, they mention that Jen Psaki, the former press secretary for the Biden-Kamala Harris administration, said that use of cluster bombs is a war crime. So let's be clear. Even the White House, even people who've worked in the White House, the Democratic Party, they understand this is a crime. This is a war crime. The left, the progressive left, understand that this is a war crime being committed by Joe Biden in the same way that Barack Obama did it. It's the same thing that Barack Obama did, and they are just continuing to do it. Except, unlike any other president, they're not getting the coverage because we're seeing the BBC, international news agencies are burying the story that this is a crime, that this is something that the U.S. government's law does not allow. It's not even a choice. It's not like, oh, Joe Biden he's breaking the law again to put out cluster bombs, which is an international crime. If you're wondering about that, I get that because that comes from, this is the, what the hell is their name? Now I can't even think of the international aid. I know it's in French there. It's on the convention. This is the 1980 Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons, as well as the 1997 Ottawa Convention on Anti-Personnel Mines, that states that having indiscriminate weapons is a violation. Indiscriminate, in violation of international law of armed conflict. Using cluster bombs is a violation of international law on armed conflict. This is international. It's not even a question of, gee, Mike, do you think? Or could it be? Pooter 305 says, it's a dangerous time. I fear we will be starting a large war. I think we are already in it. We are, as we have said on this channel from the very beginning, right after Afghanistan, Afghanistan showed the world that America is weak under the Biden-Harris administration, that they will run away, and that their only concern is the next election in looking good. That's why the Iran nuclear deal is on, why they are trying to finalize that deal, even though in December, Joe Biden said, no, this deal's dead. We won't deal with Iran because they're poisoning their own women for daring to learn to read. And now we find out, no, but the deal's on. It never stopped being on. They just stopped talking about it in news media. Look at all the things the Biden-Harris administration, look at all the things that the Democrats and progressives are doing to silence you and to hide information from you. The news is out there. You have to look for it. You have to dig for it. I spend 6 hours a day looking through the news, digging for what is going on, looking at the international news, not just the United States, because MSNBC, CNBC, ABC, CBS, they're not telling you this. They are pushing an approved message. You can only hear Joe Biden's point of view. You can only hear the progressive point of view. They don't want you to talk about third parties. They don't want you to hear from Republicans or conservatives. They have a message for you. And they don't care that the rest of the world is saying, we have a problem. We have a big problem. They don't care because that's not going to, if you're paying attention to the rest of the world, you might not vote for Biden and Democrats might lose power in 2024. They might lose elections in 2024. Therefore, there's a problem. That's why it took 2 years before YouTube will allow me to say that there was election interference in 2020, that there was election irregularities in 2020. Without shutting down my channel, I can now say that. It only took 2 years for YouTube to allow it. Mind you, I'm not allowed to tell you why I think that. I can't tell you what the arguments are about election irregularities. I can't tell you what the argument is about any of the issues that happened in 2020. I can't say that, because if I say that, they will shut down this channel and they will ban me. They will censor me. But isn't this a conversation that's happening in the courts in the United States right now? Isn't this a conversation that's being had around the world? How is this different than when we see in the Congo, when we see in Namibia that they're having elections and they're under question? The credibility, what was it? Just in Brazil, Bolsonaro, the election there, which everyone was able to say there were some election irregularities, there were questions there. The world was able to speak about it. You can't have that conversation on YouTube if it comes to America, if it comes to the Democratic Party. The very same Democratic Party that Politico is telling you will not let anyone talk unless Joe Biden wins, and only to talk about things that will help Joe Biden and the progressive movement win. I'm not saying that. Politico did. Politico provided the evidence of this. The left will tell you the truth if you look for it. They bury it. They bury it pretty damn deep, but the evidence is there. You just have to read past the Twitter. You got to get off of Twitter and look at that one little headline you get there. You have to read the article, not the first paragraph. Read the article. Read what they are saying. Look for the evidence and track it back. Go back and see, what is the international stance on this? What are the standards that are out there? Like Article 8, Section 2B, XX of the 1998 ICC statute, which I am showing you on screen right now. You can look it up for yourself. It's there. But they don't expect you to ever take the effort because it takes time. It's not something that you find overnight. It is hard to find. Some of this stuff is hard to find. But here's the thing. The effort is worth it to be informed and to make the right choice. Now, if you're telling me, Mike, but Mike, no, oh, wait a minute. Hello, and thank you for calling into No Soundbites Allowed. I'm your host, Michael Voss. May I ask, what is your first name?
It's Matthew from the Matthew J. Show. How you doing, Michael?
Hey, Matthew, how you doing? I'm glad to see you here, man.
Yeah, great to see you. Just listening to the program for the last few minutes.
Okay, so tell me, what's up?
I wanted to bring up what you were discussing about what's going on in Ukraine, and
Sure.
and in particular the cluster munitions that the Biden regime has decided to send them.
Yeah.
You know, Michael, it's in violation, as you probably know, the Geneva Convention. 100 countries have banned it.
123.
To me, it looks like the Biden, it's just an act of desperation because the Ukrainian military is suffering catastrophic losses.
Well, yes, that's an interesting point that a lot of people don't realize. Ukraine is losing. They lost. We sent over the Leopard 2 tanks. We sent over the Bradley fighting vehicles, and we're sending M1 Abrams. And 5% of all the tanks we sent them were destroyed in 20 minutes. They don't have the experience to run the tanks, to fight the wars. Same thing with the F-16s, and that's why they're getting cluster bombs, because there's no ammo.
Well, Michael, you know, the bigger concerns after 120 or 130 billion dollars to one of the most corrupt regimes in the world are some of these weapons ending up on the black market? I mean, some of them apparently showed up on the streets of France over the last week or two in some of that rioting, looting. So there's some really big concerns, and more importantly, accountability.
Well, we know for a fact, Matthew, that many or some amount of the weapons that has been sent from America and Europe have arrived in the war zones in Africa. They're in Sudan. They're in several of the war zones. Burkina Faso, which is Al Qaeda and ISIS, trying to overthrow the government of Burkina Faso, middle of Western Africa. Yeah, they're using weapons from the United States and Europe that were supposed to be part of the Ukraine war. That's a fact. That's internationally recognized. That's Absolute. So yeah,
Michael,
go ahead.
Michael, what do you think is the end game here for the Biden regime? I mean, they've done a few acts, as far as I'm concerned, acts of war against Russia, as far as blowing up the Nord Stream pipeline. I'm no fan of Vladimir Putin, but it almost appears that the Russians are exercising more restraint than the West is. The West is full throttle. They're surrounding Russia with additional NATO countries, and it looks like Ukraine may maybe even enter into NATO. If you were Russia or the Russians, how would you feel being encircled?
Well, Matt, you bring up a great question here, and I think people need to understand. This isn't about do I support Russia, do I support Ukraine? It has nothing to do with that. If I had to if I had to make one choice right this second, yeah, I want to see Ukraine win. Why? Because I don't like the Russian hardline element. So if I had to choose one of the two, I'll pick Ukraine, but Ukraine is corrupt. It has been corrupt for decades upon decades. They're not good people. The government I'm talking about, not the individuals. The government is not a good government. So I'm not happy about either of them. This is why we're seeing black market weapons dealing out of the Ukraine from what we are giving them to support them. And why some of the money, there's estimates somewhere between 3 to 5% of the money that we're giving, these $120 billion, has disappeared. Like, just disappeared. No one knows where it went. It's just gone. So that's one of the problems. But what is the Biden administration doing? This is what I think it is. And I think it's important. Everything we have seen that Biden has done, especially in terms of international politics, has been to try and look good, to show that he is a strong leader so that he and his party can win the next election. That's all he's done. He's only fought as much as to make him look good. So he's helping the Ukraine. He's the good guy helping the underdog. And America loves underdogs. And he's fighting the Russians. They're the big, bad, evil Russians, unless you happen to be Obama in 2012 talking to Mitt Romney. And then he was saying that, Russia didn't exist as a threat. But we know they're a threat. And we have to fight that threat. And so he can win the next election. I'm the big, strong savior coming in to help the Ukraine. And if you don't agree, you're the bad guy. You're evil. That's why I think the end game is get to the next election.
Michael, let me bring this point up to you.
Sure.
We hear the talk about supplying Ukraine with more, munitions and aircraft and tanks. Why don't we hear any constructive dialogue concerning a ceasefire or peace talks, or at least trying to ensure the safety of the ethnic Russians in eastern Ukraine? We don't hear a lot of talks about peace. We hear a lot of talk about escalating the conflict.
That's not correct. That's actually not correct. Let me throw this in. We have heard from Brazil and China and France have all come up with, well, not solutions, but offers of ceasefire and ways to end the conflict. In particular, the one that has the most support right now is from China, saying that Russia keeps everything they have on the west, they keep the land that they have in the south, so that they have the wheat, the fertilizer, the uranium, and access to the Mediterranean, which is what Russia wants. That's the deal, the one that's really getting attention. But what you're not hearing in America is that that deal exists, and a bunch of the world, including nations in Europe, support that deal to end this war. And that's because, again, the news media wants Biden to win the next election. They want Biden to look like the good guy and the winner. That's why Biden has never suggested anything to end the war. He's looking to extend the war, because America doesn't usually switch leaders in the middle of a war. Again, I think it's going to his election. Go ahead.
Yeah, I do think, I think obviously the success of the Ukraine conflict is tied in to Joe Biden's 2024 future. But what I was alluding to, I was aware, Michael, of the 12-point
Okay.
peace plan that
Okay.
China had put forward. I guess what I was trying to say, and I should have specified it better to you,
Sure.
is that the silence from the West, and as you alluded to, the American press, that there's no talk of any kind of dialogue or a ceasefire. And this is really most of the American people probably can't even find Ukraine on a map yet. A lot of billions of dollars of our tax dollars are supporting a conflict. Nobody wants us to go on. I think you've pretty much seen, Mike, that hundreds of thousands of Ukraine refugees, hundreds of thousands potentially of Ukrainian military deaths, and there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of concern about it in the media. Other than extending the conflict. So at some point, someone has to step up to the plate, and I don't care, I give a who it is, but somebody has to get up there and talk some sense and end this conflict.
Well, the only people who would be able to end the conflict, to make some sense, to be a negotiator, first you need someone who's a strong leader that is recognized around the world as having strength. Then you need somebody who has a plan that actually has some short-term or mid-term lasting ability to last, and the belief around the world to back up that, to say, if you violate the ceasefire, we're going to get involved. The only person who can do that, and let's be honest, that's brass tacks with America and the rest of the world. That's not Joe Biden. That's Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris can't even explain, and we'll talk about it later in the show, she can't even define the word culture. Everywhere she has gone around the world and spoken for the United States, she's made the situation worse. She's had international scandals everywhere she's gone. So it's not the Biden who can't make a speech. It's not Kamala Harris. It's not the progressive left. Who is it? Well, that means we're looking at realistically, it's going to be Donald Trump. If for some reason not Donald Trump, then it has to be Ron DeSantis. If not either of those, then possibly one of the libertarian candidates. And if not them, then it doesn't happen. That's the reality right now. I truly believe that. Now, you may tell me, Matt, that you think I'm wrong, and I'm happy to hear that. But do you see why I'm saying that?
Yeah, no, Michael, listen, all those points are taken, and I believe, yes, as far as Trump or DeSantis. But in a perfect world, Mike, in Michael, in a different reality, wouldn't it be nice if an entity like the United Nations could come in and broker some type of agreement? Instead, there's some type of leftist bastion that doesn't really care about world peace.
Well, the UN isn't about world peace. The UN is about power for a small group of elites. It's kind of like if you say, well, maybe NATO could say something. NATO is 80% the United States. And the UN are 7 countries, which is the United States. It would be the United States, United Kingdom, China are the biggest voices there. So already we've seen the line. And of course, Russia is also in there too. So you have the big 7, the G7, as we always like to refer to it. They're the ones in charge of NATO, and they have a political agenda. So now half of NATO is with Russia, half of NATO is with the United States. So that's why NATO's, the United Nations. So they're out. So since the big boys are not making a decision, the little kids are going around picking their own fights, trying to get whatever they can out of that. That's what's happening in the United Nations right now. And NATO's not making a choice because that's all the United States. So this is why we have such a quagmire right now. And since we don't have a strong leader, we're not getting a definitive, clear answer.
No, I see, Michael.
All
those points are well taken. I don't want to monopolize your time, but I do want to ask you one. I want to ask you one other thing about domestic politics.
Sure.
Do you think the entry of Robert Kennedy Jr. is a good thing for overall American politics, so everybody can have a robust discussion about serious issues like big tech malfeasance or big pharma malfeasance?
Okay. I always believe, and this is why I have, this will be coming out next week, is, excuse me, my interview with Mike Termott, who's a libertarian. who is running for the presidency. I believe every voice that we get to hear is good, that we get the different options. We know what our choices are. And the more that we hear from them, the more clearly, I don't want these 3-minute, minute and a half news specials telling me, well, this is basically what he summed up and said. No, I want to hear their speeches. I want to hear them say it clearly. Here's the question. Here's the clear answer. And if we get that, we get to have the best choice possible. So do I think RFK being in the race, is it good? Yes, because we know here's another option. Now, this is my opinion. Here's another option we don't want. RFK is an isolationist. He said so himself. He has unrealistic expectations of what's going to happen to the world and how he would be able to just step away and just let everything happen and the world will be okay. No, that's a great way to get chaos. It's another weak leader. And when we have weak leaders, well, we see China, North Korea, Iran, Russia go ballistic. We see the bad agents of the world, terrorism increases. That's not the answer. Maybe there's a different answer, but RFK is not giving us an answer that's going to make things better because it's weakness. And we are already in a time of weakness. So we need strength.
Well, listen, I have a follow-up. Michael, how does RFK Jr. extract himself from the progressive nut job wing of the Democratic Party? At some point, he has to stand on his own feet. And let's face it, you and I know, as far as, he's saying he's raising a lot of money with campaign funds. The corporations or whatever, they're not going to touch him because, he's which is great. He's anti-pharma and anti-this, anti-that. But you and I know that you need a considerable amount of money, hundreds of millions of dollars probably, to run a national campaign. So how does he reconcile this? How does he win over the Democratic Party? Because he's running as a Democrat.
He's running as a Democrat, and he's part of the confusion and the insanity. He's part of it. He is appealing to the progressive base. Now, he may be doing that because he thinks that'll get him the win of the Democratic nomination, and then go to the left, go to the center, and try and win back the independents and the conservatives. I don't think that wins. But based on, I've gone to his website, I've read through his website. I believe he believes that the answer is isolationism. Now, is that as extreme as what we're seeing from the Biden-Harris administration and what progressives want? No. But it's not a good solution either. And if the best thing he could do is explain how this isolationism, if he believes in it, how it's going to benefit us long term, how it's going to reduce the militarization we are seeing around the world right now, that according to Southeast Asia, every country is looking and targeting a time frame of around late 2027, 2028 for a regional war. His answer doesn't fit that. Maybe he's not been clear enough. He hasn't had enough speeches yet to explain this. And I know for a fact no one in the media has the balls to ask him what I'm saying right now. How does isolation lead to peace or a lowering of militarization in Southeast Asia? No one has the balls to ask him that. Unless he actually steps up, he will fail.
Michael, do you see any scenario where the DNC would embrace him at all? Any type of scenario? Or is he such an outcast right now with the positions he's taken that he's just a really big thorn in the Democratic Party side?
Well, the answer I would go to for that is the article that came out of Politico. We covered it a little bit earlier in the show. You may have missed it. And I have it on the screen right now. From Politico today, at 7 a.m. today, Democrats' mission is to stop a third-party presidential bid. It hits the Hill. In this article, they are identifying that Move On, the progressive group MoveOn.com and Third Wave are going and getting all of the Democrats on July 27th to tell them to keep away from any third-party candidate. But the key thing is in the middle of the article, they say there is research that shows that a third-party campaign would hurt Biden. That's why they are trying to shut down all third-party voices. That also means RFK and Marianne Williamson and any other Democrat are going to be shut down too, because these organizations, the progressives and the mainline Democrats in the Senate, are looking to shut out any voice that isn't Biden. So to answer your question, I'm referring to what the left-leaning Politico has reported. They don't want anyone except Biden, and they're forcing their own people to only hear that one voice. So RFK doesn't have a chance, not because he's unqualified, because they don't care. It's the same thing they did to Bernie. It's the same thing that they did, that Hillary was trying to do. They're rigging the system so no one else can be heard. And that's why the Democrats also came out, and we know this, that they said there's going to be no debates. You don't get to hear another voice. That's the problem with the Democratic Party right now.
Michael, don't you think it's illuminating that AOC came out last week and is now openly supporting the Biden 2024 run? I mean, I don't think she was always, a big time Joe Biden fan.
No.
But the mere fact, because she obviously connects, she's got millions of social media followers and whatnot, that they've made a decision, the Democratic Party's made a crazy decision to stick with Joe Biden?
Well, like I said, as we saw, MoveOn.org, which is, or MoveOn.com, I forget which one it is. MoveOn is a progressive organization. It tells you that the progressives have co-opted or adopted the Biden administration, that they have now become aligned, and that's why we're seeing progressive organizations, and including progressive politicians like AOC, are now saying, oh no, we're on this bandwagon. Why? It's their bandwagon. They've taken over, and that's why they're pushing that. So I'm not surprised that AOC is now saying that instead of, and she still wants to run in 2028 for presidency herself. But in the meantime, she's using Biden to push all the progressive agenda, normalize it amongst Americans, and isolate every other voice. So people will think, well, to be a Democrat is to be a progressive. So they're the same thing. They're not. They're not at all. But does that answer that aspect of that question for you?
Yes, it does. I mean, but the whole Democratic Party always kind of scares me. Michael, I have one more question because I have to run. I just want to get your spin on this.
Sure.
Do you think President Trump attending the debates helps him or hurts him?
The Republican debates?
Yes.
No, it helps him. Again, the more people get to hear, the less the media can obfuscate or lie. We've demonized, the media loves to demonize Republicans, conservatives, lots of people. But when you then get to hear them, and I get to show someone say, well, he's evil. Yeah, this is what he said. Oh, that's not evil. That's not crazy. That's not bad. Oh. So now, and when you do that, the more he speaks, the more he's able to be covered in speaking, like when he was on CNN, it's harder for them to then turn around and say, well, don't you see he's just evil? He's just mistaken. No, when he was on CNN, what did we get to see? Oh, they're biased. They got an agenda. They're not trying to give people news and information and make a decision. They made a decision. Now they're telling you you don't have a choice. Agree with it.
Yeah, but Michael, if Fox moderators like Brett Baier and other ones, people that really despise Trump, are hosting like the first debate, it's almost like an ambush going in front of some of these people. It doesn't matter if it's Fox or Trump did exploit the CNN interview. He did a great job, but I'm concerned about going in front of the jackals of Fox at this point.
Yeah, but it works out the same way whether it's on the left or the right. The more that people are able to see, assuming that the candidates can handle it, and I'm saying this not even just about Trump. I'm saying this about Vivek Ramaswamy. I'm talking about Tim Scott. I'm talking about Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis. The more that they are able to show that bias just by answering the questions and pointing out this is bias, that this is absolutely insane what you're doing, by actually confronting it, people get to see the truth. You can only do that by making that confrontation. And it is risky. Because if you're not strong enough, if you're not good enough, you won't be able to highlight that. But then again, do we want someone who can't? Do I really want a leader who can't point out, yeah, and here's the bias. Here's the abuse that's going on. I want someone who can stand there, show me the abuse, and say that they're still good.
Okay, no, I'm glad you answered that. I like your answer in that. Listen, Michael, it was great talking with you today, and I'm going to check in with you again. And enjoy the rest. I'll watch the rest of the program. I just got to take care of a few things, but it was great talking with you again.
Absolutely. It's always wonderful. And everyone, I want you to remember that Matthew J has the Matthew J Show. That's on YouTube, right? You still got on YouTube?
Yes, it's on Rumble and YouTube, and I'm live on Twitter every afternoon around 4 o'clock, Monday through Friday.
So there you go, folks. I'm more than happy to let people hear your voice as well. I think people share many voices. So do check out the Matthew J Show. Matthew's a great guy. He has a lot of information. I think you'll find it interesting.
All right, Michael. Talk to you again.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
So, folks, that was Matthew J from the Matthew J Show. Very happy to have him join us. And as you can see, he had some great questions there. I know people were commenting a lot while we were speaking. Sorry that I wasn't able to address that directly. And I know there's some comments that are coming in off of Rumble. And I am watching you guys over at Rumble. So, in particular, one gentleman over on Rumble was talking about AOC. She's a hottie. The right seems to be in favor of Russia, which I disagree with. Again, the right isn't in favor of Russia. The right is in favor of not having a useless war. Is there a justification for us to be involved? And what is that justification? We're really not getting an answer from the left on that other than we have to be in the war. That's a big difference than saying this is a good war for us to be involved with. Where's the U.S. interest in this? That's not being explained by the left. Therefore, why are we doing this? Why are we spending money? It's not like we're going to get paid back. Ukraine is never going to pay us back this money. They don't have anything to pay us back with. So why are we doing it? But there are some other questions that we have received besides on Rumble. So I hope I am answering the questions on Rumble clearly. I am checking it from time to time. But that we also had, I wasn't a G until I moved out the hood. That's an interesting YouTube name. Okay, cool. And they say, first time I've seen you on the channel. Thank you for joining us. It says Biden is trying to remember how to tie his shoelaces. Who is really calling the shots behind Biden? That's a great question, G. I don't know. I'm not sure who it is, but it appears to be, given his pivot towards progressive politics, looking at MoveOn, adopting the Biden movement and saying that all other voices should be shut down, I have to believe that whoever's calling the shots behind Biden or has the main influence on him, probably a progressive. Probably some individuals in the progressive movement have gotten his ear, possibly through his bank account. I mean, we do know that Biden has accepted money while vice president from influencers directly tied to China. That isn't a question. That isn't being denied by Democrats. Even Jamie Raskin admits that the bank account exists. The money exists. The money was funneled from China through a bunch of companies, and it wound up in Joe Biden's bank account, as well as Hunter Biden and several other members of the Biden family. That's not in dispute. The question is, was that influence peddling? So they are, when we look at the Biden-Harris administration, gee, I have to tell you, I think they're susceptible to be influenced by money or other means, embarrassment, political intrigue and such. And so, again, I don't think he's the best candidate. But I wanted to address that for you. So I hope I answered your question there, G. Let me go on. Graham was saying he saw a clip of Tucker Carlson talking to Russell Brand about big pharma and the military-industrial complex having massive control over American politics and media landscape. That's not exactly correct. They have as much influence as, say, Apple has, or Microsoft has. There's a lot of companies that have various levels of influence. Big Pharma and military industrial complex are one of them, but they're not the ones making all the final decisions. I'm sure they're helping, but again, we could point to wind power with Nancy Pelosi. We can point to various progressive movements. So, yeah, there is a heavy influence from business in politics, but it's not just Big Pharma. It's not just the military-industrial complex. It's green energy, but not just them as well. It's more, the corruption has gotten very widespread, I believe. Graham says, from a Democrat perspective, I think it's logical decision to declare Biden the nominee early in the process. Well, that's what we're seeing the progressives are hoping for. They want Democrats to say that, to just fall in line, because Biden is currently in the White House. But I don't think that's the best choice. Biden is, I think it's visible to everyone, he's damaged goods. He's not running at 100% in terms of his mental state. And therefore, that's a problem. And that's why 58% of Democrats don't want Biden to run in 2024. That he is not well liked amongst Democrats because he's not the best choice. He's weak. For many reasons, he's weak and he's damaged goods. So I see them, so I understand why they want to circle around him to maintain their power, but that doesn't mean it's the best choice for America. Graham goes on to say, Trump has done a good job defending himself against entrenched opposition like Caitlin Collins and Brett Baer so far in interviews. The more Americans see Trump's political views and policy positions, the stronger he becomes as a world leader. Well, I think Trump is already recognized as a strong world leader. That's not the question at the moment. No one says that Trump isn't strong. It's that they don't like what Trump is strong about. We see that, and we hear this from Biden all the time, that Trump is MAGA. He's Make America Great. And many countries, like France, in particular President Macron, like in Canada, talking about Prime Minister Trudeau, they don't like America first philosophy. They want to see America last. They want to see America in a lesser position because that elevates their nations, it elevates their power and their influence on the world. So strong leaders like a Donald Trump don't give them that opportunity to have more power, more influence. So they'd rather see a Joe Biden. They'd rather see a Marianne Williamson or Robert F. Kennedy Jr. It's not because there's a better choice. It's because they're weaker and they can be either led or have less influence. That's the difference there, I think. That's the difference. Is it's not that people in America and around the world don't see Trump as strong. They do. They don't see Trump as manageable. They don't see him as moldable, that he doesn't fall into the political machinations we see around the world that have been ingrained at this point, which is basically the corruption. The corruption has become so deep that it's hard to see outside of it. Everyone navigates within the corruption, not outside of it. And that's a problem. We need to get outside of the corruption to fix the problem. You can't end the corruption that we see in America or around the world by being involved in that corruption. You can't end it if you're part of it. You have to be outside of it. You know, the old saying used to be, well, you have to be part of the system to be able to change the system. Yeah, I understand that, but there's a limit to that because you also perpetuate the system. So if there is corruption, you're going to continue the corruption by being part of the corruption. You need to be outside that to an extent to fix it. That's the way I see that. Let me take a moment here to also remind people, we've been on for an hour and a half, which I love. You've already heard Matthew J. from the Matthew J. Show call in to ask some questions, to have his point of view heard, and I advise you, you can do the same thing. You too can call into 607-242-9247. You can ask questions. You can tell me what you think. Whether you agree or disagree, that's perfectly fine. I want to hear what you have to say. This is about a conversation with you. And I guarantee you, and I can tell you without a hesitation at all, that there are many elected officials at local, state, and federal levels that watch this program, that they have their staff watch this program, not just to hear what I'm saying, but to hear what you are saying in your comments as well as in your calls. So that at this moment, please remember, please like, share, and subscribe so that we can reach more and more voices. We have been under 6 months of some of the worst censorship that YouTube has put on us in the last 10 years. That we have literally seen them in our interview that we did with Alternative. You may recall we were talking about that last week. The article is up. And the thing is, we saw that many people went to watch this video. They went to the website, not my website, they went to Alternative, to their page, watched the video, and then YouTube went back 24 hours after it came out and wiped out all the views. They literally eliminated every single view that it showed and went back to zero. Why? They didn't want people to know that it was popular. They didn't want people to hear what was being said. They wanted to discourage Alternative and make them feel like either they can't talk about these subjects or that if they talk about it, they're going to be punished so that they will stop listening to me. Didn't happen. It's not working. But that's the attempt. And again, this goes in line with what we're seeing with the Biden-Harris administration right now, suing to make sure that they can have a disinformation governance board, a ministry of truth, having the FBI, the CIA, deeply entrenched in social media to control what you say and who you say it to. That only the approved messages get out there so that you are dumb because you don't know the truth. As we are showing you in the stories that don't get the headlines, the stories that aren't being pushed by MSNBC and CNN, that aren't being pushed by the New York Times, the stories that you're not seeing on Twitter, where we have all the left focusing you into one direction so that you don't notice what's happening on the other hand. What? Oh, you're in the third party? And again, we've just showed you the evidence from Politico. The left doesn't want you to hear another voice. They don't want a third party, not because the third parties aren't good enough, not because the third party doesn't have ideas that might work. It's because that takes away from their power. And again, if there is any Democrat candidate or official who is elected that would say, Mike, you just don't understand, that's not true, let's have that conversation. I implore you, call in to 607-242-9247. I will give you as much time as you need. Tell me how I am wrong. I have the evidence from Politico. I have evidence from what we are seeing in campaigns amongst Democrats and progressives across this nation. Let's have that conversation. They never call in. Their staff will watch this. They will call me afterwards privately, and they will talk to me. Yes, many of these politicians, I know many politicians in Congress and local politics, state politics across the United States, they have my phone number. They will call me. And I have them, and some of their staff will call me from time to time to talk to me about things. Guys like Josh Riley, who's running for the New York 19 as a Democrat. Yeah, Josh has my phone number for the last 7 years. We've talked, we've met in person. Yeah, he's a Democrat. We talk. And he won't come on. He won't come on this program. He won't answer any questions. He won't speak to constituents, but he'll talk to me privately. He'll reach out to me privately for a conversation. And I say that, and I'm using Josh as an example of many others, and I say to all of them, don't just do it privately. Get on the phone, come here personally, Let's have the conversation. Constituents, voters, the American people, the world deserve to hear this. If you think I am wrong, speak up. I'm not perfect. And trust me, I am a very patient, polite person, even if you don't agree with me. As long as it's not a personal attack, I'll hear you out. Don't tell me I'm ugly. Don't tell me I'm old. Don't call me a traitor to the race and blah, blah, all that other. I've heard it all. Personal attacks, I don't care. If you believe I am wrong, and you have evidence of that, or you believe I've misunderstood, or my conclusions are incorrect, fantastic. Let's have that conversation. Because the evidence I am showing isn't saying what Democrats would like you to think it's saying. So, again, going back to cluster bombs. Let's go back to the cluster bombs. We know that this is something that 123 countries have outlawed. The United States is not one of those 123 countries. But the United States, according to the BBC, does have laws. And by the way, I did not find that law. I was looking for it. I didn't find the actual law itself. But the United States does not have a law, or does have a law, that we cannot sell or use or manufacture cluster bombs. And we're doing it anyway. Biden is doing the same thing that Obama did. That they're just doing it anyway, even though it is illegal. Obama did it in Yemen. Biden's about to do it in the Ukraine. And the answer from Biden is, it's okay because the Ukrainians, the Ukraine government said, go ahead and do it. Because the Ukraine government said, please give it to us. And to say that, well, Russia's doing it. Now, let's answer those things back to back to back. Just because Russia's doing it doesn't mean anyone else gets to do it. That's not a good thing. So they use a nuke, we use a nuke? If they use assassins, if they use poison gas, if they use chemical weapons, does that mean we use them too? Just because they're doing something bad doesn't mean we get to do something bad too. Two wrongs don't make a right. It only creates more corruption. It only creates more wrong. It only creates more disruption and pain long term for the entire world. It's not good for anybody. I don't agree with cluster bombs. I think cluster bombs are horrendous. It's like landmines. I don't agree with that either. I understand why we use landmines and in the DMZ separating North Korea from South Korea. I understand that. It's to stop the army from walking across the border and just barn stomping on South Korea. I get it. I still don't like that America is willing to use landmines in that massive manner. Maybe more limited, but not in that massive manner. Indiscriminately, targeting civilians and the military. And cluster bombs don't care. You don't get to put a cluster bomb, a cluster bomb like a landmine. I can put a landmine next to a military base. You use a cluster bomb, it goes everywhere. You've seen this in video games. You've seen this in anime. And maybe you've seen this in some war footage. Cluster bombs don't just land in one spot. It's not a bomb that just lands right here where you point it at. It goes everywhere. Most cluster bombs will fill an area. One cluster bomb will fill an area the same size as a football field. And it could be there for 2 decades. Why is America doing that? Which means that in 2 decades, there may be a farmer trying to plow some land to get wheat to raise their family or to sell it internationally. And they're going to blow up because a cluster bomb was sitting in the ground for the last 2 decades. And it just happens. And that's blood on Biden's hands. And Biden knows that. He says it's a difficult decision, it's a difficult decision for him. But he's going to do it because it's better for the world. How? How is it better for the world? I don't, just saying so doesn't make it true. Not to me. I could be wrong. If anyone in the audience, if any of Anyone who's watching this right now, anyone who's making comments, whether it's on here or on Rumble, if you think I'm wrong, if you're saying, Mike, no, you just don't understand, and we need to use cluster bombs. The cluster bombs are important and good. Fantastic. Tell me why. Please explain that to me, because I don't see it. I don't see the good of it. It's like saying, well, we need to use mustard gas, which has been outlawed and is a criminal offense internationally since World War I. That's part of the chemical weapons ban that we have in the world. You can't use mustard gas. Why? Because it is indiscriminate. It travels down the road, hits a town full of people. It kills people in the most horrific way possible. I don't want anyone to use mustard gas. I would not support that. That's a problem. I think that anyone who's using mustard gas are the bad guys. They've done something extremely bad, and we should be against them. At least for that violation by itself. It's part of the reason why when we initially, under the Obama administration, were trying to get involved in Syria, because they were using chemical weapons against their own people. They were using chemical weapons against the Kurds, people who loved us. The Kurds support the United States under G.W. Bush. They loved us. They were happy with us. And they were getting chemical attacks. Guess what? The Syrians were wrong. No matter what else you may think about Syria, they're wrong for using chemical weapons against their people. Not just anyone else, but against their own people on top of that. I don't agree with that. I think that's an extreme. That's a problem. You may disagree. Okay, I can understand that. Why? If you disagree with that, why? And if it's bad for Syria to use chemical weapons against the Kurds, why is it okay for the United States to give cluster bombs to Ukraine? Why is that any less evil, any less wrong? Well, Russians are bad guys. I got that. Understood that. Never questioned it. That doesn't explain why are we giving them cluster bombs. If you ask me, Mike, I would rather give them tanks. I would rather give them F-16s. I don't like either of those ideas. I think they make America involved, and they will eventually lead to American troops on the soil of Ukraine fighting. I've explained that before on this channel. But I'd rather do that. Give them M1 Abrams and give them F-16s. I'd rather do that and have American troops eventually get involved than give them cluster bombs. You may disagree. And I'm perfectly happy to hear someone tell me, Mike, nope, I don't agree with that. Tell me why. Do you think cluster bombs are better? That it will keep American troops from getting into a war? Because I tell you what, I believe by using cluster bombs, we're edging closer to giving Russia an excuse to use a tactical nuke. That we're pushing them further and further towards using tactical nukes. And we're pushing ourselves further and further to having troops actually on the ground. It's not like we can say, well, we're not really involved in this war. We're paying for it. We're giving them the weapons. I think it's also important to mention that there's no more ammo. We've run out of ammo. Europe has run out of ammo. The United Kingdom has run out of ammo. Russia at the moment seems to not have run out of ammo, but the West have run out of ammo. What's wrong with that picture? You can't tell me there's not enough ammo. We have manufacturing plants. Well, and that goes to, we did before the Second Amendment was considered a bad thing by progressives. See, this is the long-term consequence. You want to get rid of the Second Amendment. You wanted to get rid of bullets. This was Representative Sheila Jackson Lee wanted to get rid of bullets. We have to punish people from buying bullets. We have to stop people from being able to have ammo for their firearms. Okay, and what happened? Now that there's a war, now that people need the ammo, it doesn't exist. That's progressive politics right there. Oh, no one thought of it that way. No one told you to think of it that way. No one thought about that. That, wait a minute, the same Democrats, the same progressives that said you don't get to have ammo are the same reason why the Ukraine has no choice but to use cluster bombs today. Well, that's the truth. That's the consequence. And I guarantee you, CNN will never draw that line. MSNBC will never draw that line. The New York Times will never be honest enough with you to draw that line. But that line exists, whether they want to talk about it or not. This is the long-term consequence. Democrats didn't want you to have the ability to defend yourself. And now, as a consequence of that, people who are desperately asking for our help can't get it. And now, and expand on that for a second. So, not only can we not help ourselves because we don't have the ammo, and Ukraine doesn't have the ammo. Look at Southeast Asia right now. Look at the Middle East right now. Look at every ally of the United States right now. We have the capability to be the biggest manufacturer in the world. That's not disputed. We have more resources than everybody. And we no longer do this. So that means our friends in Japan, who are terrified that in 2028, China will attack Japan. That's why they're building an army, spending $325 billion to put together an army before 2028 ends, because they think they're going to get attacked. And they know that America, according to the 1960 Japan-U.S. Treaty, they know that America is supposed to stand up for them no matter what, to be on their side and to protect them. And America doesn't have ammo. Do you think they feel more confident or less confident? How about South Korea? South Korea, where we have agreements and we're supposed to be protecting them, and they're looking at, oh, but America doesn't have enough bullets for the Ukraine. Gee, do you think we're going to have enough bullets for South Korea to fight off North Korea? No wonder that South Korea is going from the 7th largest weapons manufacturer in the world to the 4th by the end of 2027. Again, the time frame's there. We are seeing this around the world. People are realizing that a weak America has been damaged, and therefore peace is in danger, and these nations have to step up for themselves. Now, I know some of my friends in the Libertarian Party will say, but Mike, the Libertarians, they believe that those countries have to do it all their own. You're right, except we also have agreements. We already have allies and treaties, and we have to live up to them. And if we don't live up to them, or if our allies don't believe we will be able or willing to live up to them, then they're not going to be our allies anymore. And now you're isolated in terms of economics and in terms of military, if not also politics. And that's a really tough position to be in when the rest of the world is not there with you on any level because they don't trust you. I know, not many people think of it that way. Well, I didn't think of it like that. I never considered it like that. I'm not sure if you're understanding it right. Okay, just because no one's ever had that conversation with you doesn't mean it's wrong. Just because no one's ever pointed out the consequences to you doesn't mean they're not consequences. That's what this program's about. And that's why we get conversations. That's why Mike J called in. That's why Matthew J called in. And that's why you can call in too. That's why Graham is making comments. And we have comments from the new guy who was there. I want to be a G, or I wasn't a G. Pewter 305, Agent Black out of the UK, Happy Life. This is why we have these voices. And I'm happy to hear them all. And I'm happy to hear yours, even on Rumble, where I'm also checking as well. Here's something else to think about this. We have heard from the members of the Biden administration. Jen Psaki has said and is quoted that she, as we showed you earlier in the program, it's a war crime to use cluster bombs. So, is Joe Biden a war criminal under the same definition that they have defined Russia? They said, the Biden administration said Russia is a criminal, a war crime criminal. Putin's a criminal for using cluster bombs. We are giving cluster bombs to be used by the Ukraine. Does that make Biden a war criminal? Should he be arrested? And I'm asking this of the same Democrats that are saying, well, we need to arrest Donald Trump because he didn't have Russia collusion, because he didn't have a phone conversation with the Ukraine and abuse them. He didn't do those things, and they want him arrested now that he's not president. Are those people still willing to have Joe Biden arrested because of this war crime, this internationally recognized war crime? That's an interesting question. Again, it's not a question that Democrats want to talk about right now. The progressives don't want to talk about this right now. They don't want to consider that, wait a minute, so Joe Biden should be arrested because he's actually committing a crime. This is an international recognized crime. It is something that the United States law does not allow. So he's a criminal. Should we arrest Joe Biden? If not, why not? I would love to hear the Democrats, I would love to hear the progressives tell me why not. I know, they're counting on the fact that no one in the mainstream media will ever ask that question. They will never ask that question. They will never have to answer for that. But I think it's important, and I would ask them that. And God forbid, I get the opportunity, which they will never give me, to be able to ask Biden that. I'll ask him in a heartbeat. How do you expect to not be arrested as a war criminal for using cluster bombs, for providing cluster bombs? That's one way of looking at that. I don't know. Maybe, but again, if you think I'm wrong, I'm not the ultimate arbiter here, folks. I'm willing to hear someone say, but Mike, you just don't understand, and let me explain. Fantastic. But I can tell you this is going sideways, folks. This is not going to be good for the United States long term. Just like it's not good that we know cocaine's in the White House. Cocaine is in the White House. This isn't a movie. This is the real world. This isn't some kind of Hollywood thriller. This is the reality. They're finding cocaine in the White House. I was talking about this with the Liberty First Foundation on Friday. And there's a couple of problems with this. Here's the biggest problem with the story. I don't trust any of the news. The BBC, I trust them a little bit because they're not in America. But I don't trust CNN. I don't trust NBC. I don't trust these guys. They're saying cocaine was found in the White House. It's in a different location. Well, gee, they were the one. We've seen 3 different locations for the cocaine in the White House. It keeps changing. The story keeps moving. The most recent and the latest story is that the cocaine has been found not in the upstairs level where the main tourists are. It's been found next to the Situation Room. Now, I don't know if that means we're finding more cocaine and they just don't want to admit it, or if it's the same cocaine. It really makes no sense to me. Let's see. User has been banned. Hey, user. Good to see you with us. Says Lil Wayne's song Crack House is the new White House official anthem. It would seem so. Now, I don't know if it's Hunter Biden or anyone else, and I don't care. Quite honestly, I don't care if it's Hunter Biden's crack. In fact, if it is his crack, I just want Hunter Biden to admit that he relapsed and get help. Fantastic. By the way, it's still a crime, and he should still be punished. Not another pass like he got with the gun charges about lying to the federal government, about his banking actions. I don't want to see him get another pass. He needs to be punished just like I would be punished if I had cocaine in the White House. I'm not going to get a pass for that. Neither should Hunter Biden if he did it. And if it was any other member of the Biden-Harris administration, I don't care who it is, they don't get a pass either. They need to be punished as well. But there seems to be a massive cover-up that's being put out there. The initial location has been changed, so most people don't know that. The story that the mainstream media, that NBC came out with at first, was the lie, the apparent lie, that the cocaine was actually where the tourists were. That it was upstairs and it's out where anyone in the public, anyone could possibly access. Guess what? The American people don't have access to the Situation Room. So they lied to us. NBC is now saying, oh, but we changed the story. But they know that the public can't keep up with this. The general average person doesn't know that it's a different location. They think it's still public. They still think it's in some cubby hole that Joe walking down the street could actually access if he went to the White House. That's not the reality. It's somewhere you can't get to. You don't have the security clearance. You can't get next to the Situation Room. It's not possible. And they knew it. I believe they knew it. They were covering this story up. Now, if it is next to the Situation Room, it probably means that it's not Hunter Biden. It probably means that it's not Hunter Biden, because I don't believe Hunter Biden has access to the Situation Room. He doesn't have a security clearance high enough, and he shouldn't. He's not an elected official. He shouldn't have access to almost anything in the White House. So I don't think it's Hunter Biden, but it means someone else has a problem. And this is a national security issue. Here's the thing that they haven't addressed in the mainstream media. This is a national security issue. Somebody in the White House, or access to the White House in the Biden-Harris administration, they have access to the Situation Room. They have access to secret information, and they are a drug addict. Can't say recovered drug addict because they had cocaine with them. That to me means they're an active drug addict. And a drug addict will do anything for their drugs. They are a national security risk. An active national security risk. They will, God knows, if they are compromised because of their drug addiction, maybe they're compromised because of the money that they don't have that they need because of their drugs. Or maybe they're also compromised in terms of their relationships, their interpersonal relationships. Maybe they have a girlfriend, a boyfriend, a toaster that they have compromising pictures with because they were high and they let someone take a picture of them doing stupid things. Whatever the case may be, it always winds up the same thing. This is a person who's a danger to the United States because some other agency, some other organization, some other government is able to say to that person, we will expose you, we will destroy your life, we will take away all the money you're going to make, we're going to take away your friends and family, we're going to embarrass you on an international scale because you're a drug user. So do what we say instead. Tell us about the secret information. Tell us about international trade deals. Tell us about how we can influence various members of the Biden-Harris administration to get an advantage against the American people. That's the serious question that's coming from the cocaine in the White House. Everything else doesn't matter. Nothing else is important. It doesn't matter if it's Hunter Biden or not. And I know there are some on the far left that say, well, no, this was planted by a bunch of Republicans. That's stupid on its face. That makes no sense whatsoever. First of all, you're telling me that you're going to convince some Republican to walk into the White House with illegal drugs, one of the most secure locations in the world, And they're going to try and walk in with a bunch of drugs? Are you kidding me? Who would ever take that kind of stupid risk besides a drug addict? And you're doing it just to embarrass to add another scandal onto the Biden-Harris administration? Not the first scandal. You're not going to devastate it. It would be an additional scandal for the Bidens and Kamala Harris. There's already a whole laundry list of scandals that they have behind them. And they're adding more. Look at the munitions. We're talking about cluster bombs. They're adding new controversies by the day. And you're telling me that some Republican looking at this saying, okay, the economy is screwed up. World peace is screwed up. Joe Biden is considered weak. And he's maybe a war criminal. I know. Here's the thing I need to do. I need to get drugs into the White House to blame Hunter Biden. Who cares? You don't need this. It doesn't make political sense. The risk is too high. Republicans didn't do this. They didn't need to do this. It's not in their best interest to do this. There's too much risk. Which makes me think, politics at the end of the day is about what's effective and what's most advantageous. Why take on a risk you don't need? Especially when it's not changing the fact that Biden is weak and his administration is filled with scandals. No, this was organic. And again, it is my belief, and I'm saying it publicly, you can tell me if you think I'm wrong, I believe that it's not Hunter Biden. In fact, I wish it was Hunter Biden. If it was Hunter Biden, there's less of a risk to the nation. But I don't think it is. Let me ask you, I'll ask everyone here. So I'm asking the question to all of you. Do you think the cocaine was Hunter Biden's or someone else? Does it make a difference to you? I've already said what I think it makes a big difference. I think it's a big deal because it's national security. So it makes a really big difference. And if I had to choose, I think Hunter Biden, the fact that it could be Hunter Biden's cocaine, would be the best news we could possibly hear. It's kind of sad. I'm not wishing this on him. I don't wish him to relapse as a junkie. But if I had a choice between Hunter Biden being relapsing and being a junkie smoking Parmesan with a bunch of underage hookers, or having the United States national security compromised, hey, go get some Parmesan there, Hunter. That's my choice. I'm at least honest enough to say that to you. Not everyone's going to be honest about that. But politically, I don't care. Politically, it's the same problem. Politically, the problem is national security. It's being downplayed. And I'm sure nobody has ever told you this. No one has ever asked you to think about it in the way I'm presenting it. They want to talk to you about, oh, it's not a big deal. It's not real. It's not that important. It was probably some guy just walking down the street. Yeah, that's just trying to distract you. That's trying to minimize the scandal. It is big. By the way, am I still on with all? Okay, yeah. Let me again remind everyone, you have every opportunity to call in to 607-242-9247. No matter whether you're watching this on Rumble or YouTube, Twitter, or Facebook, I'm always happy to hear any of your voices. You can also leave a comment on any of those platforms, and we should be able to see it. And I'm happy to answer your questions or talk about what you think is important about this. Whether you think it's a national security issue or if it's just the Biden family and they're all screwed up. And does that make you feel like you should vote for the Biden family? if it is Hunter Biden, even if it isn't, do you feel like you should vote for Kamala or Hunter because of this? I don't. I think they're too screwed up to vote for. That's me. You might disagree. So we're talking about situations, and I'm going to switch gears a little bit here because we're talking about screwed up people. We're talking about people who have damaged the United States or who potentially could damage the United States and how it's affecting us in the eyes of the rest of the world. So I want to switch up gears on that same subject and point to Megan Rapinoe, U.S. women's soccer. Yes, because she is going to retire. Good, get out of here. I don't like her. Don't want to see her face ever again. I hope she never appears on national media ever again. You know, people are looking at this and going, well, this is the end of an era. This is great for women's. No, Megan Rapinoe is, I consider her to be somewhat evil and insulting. I did not forget that as we covered 3 years ago, it was July 9th. Oh, wow. It is exactly 3 years ago, July 9th of 2019, Megan Rapinoe was stepping on the United States flag. And as you can see from the video I am showing you right here, I covered this entire issue. I showed the video frame by frame. She knowingly and on purpose threw the flag down onto the ground and stepped on it. I covered this, and she knew exactly what she was doing. And I am happy to see her. I would rather see her be penniless. But if I can't get that, the fact that she will retire and no longer have any excuse to ever be in front of the American people again is a good thing. She is not a hero. She is not someone for women to look up to. She's not someone sports fans to look up to. She's not someone that soccer fans could look up to. I find her to be a disgusting human being. She stepped on the United States flag in front of the world on purpose simply because of her selfish need for glory. Now, I've heard that video's gotten thousands, I think 10, 20,000. I think that video's gotten 10, 20,000 views. I've had dozens, literally, out of something like 16,000, 20,000 views and a couple hundred comments. I've only had a couple dozen that have looked at that video, looked at the analysis frame by frame, and told me, no, she didn't mean to step on the flag as you see her doing right here, that she did on purpose. But people say they love her anyway, and she deserves millions of dollars to step on the United States flag, to spit in your face as you pay her millions of dollars. I want to see Megan Rapinoe disappear. Not violently. I'm talking about from public life, from ever being on any news media ever again. ESPN, which is owned by Disney, is absolutely going to have a purple-haired princess show up on ESPN because they think that pushing a woke agenda will bring people together. I guarantee you, Megan Rapinoe does not add people to U.S. women's soccer, which is why it's failing, why it doesn't have an audience, why no one cares. She's not a symbol of growth. She is a symbol of failure. She is a symbol of degradation. She is a symbol of greed and selfishness. And I am happy to see her disappear, and I hope she is replaced by an actual athlete that is actually appreciative of what she is doing. You know, it took Brittany Griner going overseas with her attitude of entitlement, her belief that she's a progressive and therefore is absolved of all the laws because she's some kind of entertainer and therefore she's better than everyone else. And she got thrown in jail for committing a crime. And when she did, she got bailed out by the Biden-Harris administration because she's black and a lesbian and a progressive. And she plays basketball. I don't like why Brittany Griner was released from the crime that she committed. But at the very least, Brittany Griner was smart enough. She was at least appreciative enough to turn around and then say, I love America. She at least had the common sense to be able to turn around and appreciate that if America wasn't the greatest country in the world, if we did not have the standing that we have, she'd be in jail right now in Russia like she deserved because she was a criminal. And she admitted she's a criminal. Megan Rapinoe doesn't even have that self-awareness that the only reason anybody knows her purple-headed name, the only reason why any one of us can even recognize her, it isn't because she's a great soccer player. It's not because she's some standout, stellar human being. It's because the United States is standing behind her, propping her up. She can't say a whole lot when she's lost to a bunch of old men, old retired men beat Megan Rapinoe and U.S. women's soccer. A bunch of high school boys beat Megan Rapinoe and the U.S. women's soccer team. They're not the greatest athletes anyone has ever seen. She's not to be mentioned in the same breath as Pele or anyone else, Ronaldinho. She's not on their league. And at least they love their countries. They love their sport. And not saying they weren't self-centered. I'm not saying that they didn't have a great appreciation for themselves. They have huge egos. But they're nowhere in the level of Megan Rapinoe. Maybe you think I'm wrong. Okay, tell me why. Do you think Megan Rapinoe was stepping on the American flag on international TV in 2019? Because I do. And I have the video to show it. What do you think? Do you think that someone who's spitting on the American flag on international TV to glorify herself, that's someone that our little girls, young women, should be aspiring to be like? Someone who's so not self-aware that she makes Brittany Griner look like a saint. I don't know. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's just me. And Graham, I am looking forward to your call. Call in anytime you want. And his question to me is there anything the Biden-Harris administration is doing that I think is good? No. No, I can't name anything economically. I can't name anything in terms of personal freedoms. I can't name anything in terms of policy, domestic or international. They failed at everything. Biden-Harris have failed at everything. The border's open. We have not just illegal aliens, but we have known and suspected terrorists entering the United States. We've got a guy coming from... America is so wide open at this moment that there's a guy just got arrested. This is being reported by WMUR, and this is on July 7th. He got arrested because he was packing cars full of illegal aliens in New Hampshire. This wasn't the southern border. This was New Hampshire, the northern border. The illegal aliens, as we have long said on this channel, are going from the north on down. And instead of going through the northwest where there's nothing but woods, there isn't a fence, there aren't people there, they can just walk up backpack across the woods. It's not a secret. Everyone knows this. But the Northwest doesn't have, you know what they don't have in the Northwest? You know what you don't get in Montana? You don't get the entitlements, you don't get the benefits of New York City. And as reported by WMUR, this guy went into Canada, went through New Hampshire to bring in a bunch of illegal aliens so he could take them into New York City. Why? Because in New York City, illegal aliens get paid $60,000 a year. They're being paid $60,000 a year. They get to live in 3- and 4-star hotels. In the Bronx, they are building motels for the illegal aliens to be able to live in, and they are being paid so they can feed themselves, so they can live and destroy communities. That is a fact. It's not an opinion. It's not a guess. They are factually lowering the quality of life in neighborhoods in the Bronx, in New York State. That is a fact. I've shown the evidence. It is empirical. And it is empirical that New York City is spending approximately $5 billion a year on illegal aliens living in hotels. Not on the public, not on helping the homeless. In fact, they are kicking homeless people out of hotels and shelters. They are kicking United States veterans, people who have fought in wars for our nation, and they are kicking them out to allow illegal aliens to have a place to stay. They are putting illegal aliens ahead of American citizens. And this guy is smuggling these American citizens, these illegal aliens, from Canada into the United States so that they can go to New York City. If you thought illegal immigration was only a problem with the southern border, you don't understand how big the problem is. So Graham says he's calling and there's a question. Is there anything that the Biden-Harris administration is doing that I approve of? No. There is nothing that they're doing that I approve of because I see no benefit in it. It's not because I'm a Republican and they're Democrats. I don't care. It's not because he's kowtowing to the progressive movement. That's not it. I can live with a president that has different ideas and is making different decisions than I would make. They have different information. And when I look at the evidence that they provide, sometimes I can see, okay, that's maybe not the choice I would make, but I can understand why they would make that choice. I can respect that. No, the answer is I don't see the value, and I don't see them explaining or showing off the value of anything they're doing. I'll give you another example, and I'll go over this again when you call in, so don't worry. But as an example, Kamala Harris, she is an opportunist. She is a camera hog, and she's an opportunist. Looking at her, she goes through and she cannot define the word culture. I showed this earlier in the program. We started off with my interview with Mike Termat, who's a national presidential candidate. And he was able to define in less than a minute the meaning of culture. Something that we can all agree with. It was a very clear, easy definition. This I am going to read to you. This is Kamala Harris's definition of culture. Quote, culture it's a reflection of our moment in time, right? And in present culture, it's the way we express how we're feeling about the moment. And we should always find times to express how we feel about the moment that is a reflection of joy, because as you know, it comes in the morning. We have to find ways to express the way we feel about the moment in terms of just having language and a connection to how people are experiencing life, and I think about it in that way too. This is her definition of culture. Do you get that? Okay. So I want to be as fair as I can. That was Kamala Harris, fully, word for word, her quote on what is culture. Now that we've covered that, I want to show you, and I will play it again because it's about the same length of time. And this is me asking Mike Termat that same exact question. Vice President Kamala Harris tried to answer the question, what is culture? And her answer was, to be kind would be to say she made it circular. So rather than go with that definition, and to make sure everyone's on page with you, when you say our culture, what do you mean?
I mean the broad collection of the ways that people behave and the values that we live our lives by throughout our society. And so it's a collection of behaviors and a collection of values and how those interact with each other and how they play out and how we choose to live our lives.
That is
That
so
to me
succinct.
is culture. Pardon?
That is so succinct. Yeah, that is succinct. As I mentioned, it's succinct. Which one do you
Hi, I'm
think
Charlie
is
Kirk at
Wait a
Turning
minute.
Point USA.
Stupid machine. Which one do you think is more succinct? Which one do you think is more accurate? Which one actually describes culture? What you heard from Kamala Harris or from Mike Termat? And the sad thing is, she happens to be vice president. She happens to be going around the world trying to explain the political decisions of Joe Biden to world leaders in foreign languages. Imagine if you had to try and translate whatever the hell it is she just said to, I don't know, the Russians, Chinese, the South Koreans. They will not understand what the hell she is saying. It doesn't make sense in English. It doesn't make sense in any language. So, do I think there's anything that they're saying that makes any sense? No. Is there anything that I look at and I say, okay, I support that? No. They're just as bad as Megan Rapinoe, in my opinion. I know. You're going to see CNN. They're so happy for Megan Rapinoe. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Yeah, screw her. Screw her. I didn't forget. I will never forget that you stepped on the American flag. I didn't forget when Joe Biden abandoned 5,000 Americans in Afghanistan, 10,000 Americans in Ukraine. He forgot about 15,000 Americans in Sudan. I didn't forget that. I'm not forgetting you stepping on the flag, Megan Rapinoe. Yeah, I don't have any appreciation for these people. Not because they're Democrats, because of who they are and what they do. In fact, going along with that line of people that I have very little respect for, and there's no reason why I should have respect for them, let's talk about Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, everyone's favorite screw-up. The woman who knows the least about economics and probably everyone in the Congress. This is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has been a champion for the minimum wage increase, something that the CBO, the Congressional Budget Office, has reviewed 3 times. And every time that they review this, since 2018, every time that they look at this and they say, we need to increase the minimum wage, they tell you that it will create more poverty, it will create more people who are unemployed, it's going to hurt poor people. Every single time it has been looked at by economists, they all come up with the same answer. And in the real world, we have seen what the $15 minimum wage has done to Manhattan and fast food workers there. We've seen what it's done in Washington State. We've seen what it's done in Boulder, Colorado. It has not helped people. It has hurt them in the real world. So the theory tells us that she has no idea what she's talking about, and the real world tell us she has no idea what she's talking about. And all the progressives that are championing this because it sounds kind of cool are showing us they don't know what they're talking about. But this is what she had to say on Thursday. She actually went back to the Bronx. I believe she was in the Bronx. She might have been Queens. She went back to her district, the New York 14th, and actually talked to people, which she doesn't usually do. She's one of the reasons why they're all mad at her is because she doesn't show up in the district anymore. She showed up, and this is what she had to say, in part, about the minimum wage.
This is like a life or death issue at this point. I mean, like we're saying, people are choosing between medicine and food and baby formula. This is not a way.
Nobody is choosing between food, medicine, and baby formula. That's not realistic. The United States, 60% of the people in the United States get a check or some form of aid from the federal government. That is a fact. And we have programs, especially in New York City and New York State. We have multiple redundant programs that if you need baby formula, you will get it. As long as it's available, as long as it's not because of the food supply shortage, as long as there's baby formula available, and especially if you're an illegal alien, the only reason why someone in New York City isn't getting baby formula is because they gave it to the illegal aliens first. But you, if you are a parent in need and you need baby formula, New York City will give it to you. As long as you're not white. As long as you're not white, they will give you baby formula. And in terms of food, New York State gives away, we are, I believe, the third or fifth biggest food stamp payout. We give more money to people on government dole than almost any other state in the country. I believe it's worth about $11 an hour. $11.61, if I remember correctly, back in 2020. That was the payout that we would give out to people in need. It's the equivalent of getting paid $11.61 an hour in New York State, at least. Depending on how you do the math, it could be as high as $16 an hour. If you're in New York City and you need food or medicine or baby formula, they will give it to you. And she's telling you it's a life and death. No, it's not life and death. That's a lie. That is an emotional manipulation. It's not even close to true. But she's emotionally manipulating people. By the way, how many people get minimum wage? Here's a great question for everyone. How many people actually get minimum wage in America? 3% of the population. 3. Let me be more correct. 3% of people who actually work. Not the population. 3% of the people who are working, 160 million people who are working in America, 3% are actually getting minimum wage. Most of those people tend to be under 18 or over 65. So it's usually kids getting their first job or people who are 65 and older and are retired, working part-time. And she wants to bankrupt America for that. And she thinks and that's what this emotional appeal is. This is why she doesn't want to ever give numbers out. This is why she never wants to actually be honest. Why she doesn't want to actually have a conversation about it. And she's busy telling you, you need to get paid $20, $25 an hour. Oh yeah, she's such a hero. You're not getting that unless you happen to be the fry guy at McDonald's under the age of 18 or over the age of 65. She leaves out those little details there for you. But let's go on with this.
Way to live, not in this country and not in the United States. Not when the wealthiest people in this country are experiencing more wealth.
The United States is one of the wealthiest nations in the world. Poor people in America who make $12,000 a year are among the 60% most rich people in the world. Let's put this into perspective here. She's trying to say, well, no, you're in America, so it's too wealthy. Yeah, you're wealthy. If you make $12,000 a year, you're considered rich around the world, stupidly rich around the world. Let's put that in perspective. So poverty in America isn't poverty anywhere else. That's why we have illegal aliens, tens of millions of them, that are coming to America to be poor, because it's a step up in their life. Their quality of life is improving by being poor in America. That's how big the difference is. That's the gap we're talking about. And she's trying to complain about this, saying, oh no, well, wealthy people, you are wealthy. If you're an American, you're wealthy. Compared to the rest of the world, compared to other Americans, maybe not. Compared to the world, absolutely. You are wealthy. And she's telling you, well, you're greedy. The wealthiest people in the country are experiencing more wealth. People are making money because they work. What's the problem with that? What's the problem with that? So no one is supposed to ever want more? She wants more. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez gets paid $175,000 a year. It's about 4 times more than the average person in New York City. It is about 4, maybe 5 times more money than the average person in the New York 14th district. I don't see her giving up any of her money. She's wealthy. She doesn't pay taxes on that money. And she's wealthy. I don't see her donating. I see her in armored SUVs, gas-guzzling SUV trucks with a bunch of armed security, 4 to 5 of them surrounding her everywhere that she goes. She owns a Tesla. She has an apartment that spends $15,000 a month. I don't see her giving up her money. She's wealthy. She's talking about the wealthiest people in America. She's one of them. Let's go on.
I mean, CEO compensation has actually reached obscene levels. We have never seen something
Okay.
like
So
this
her
in
problem
America.
is CEOs make what she calls obscene levels of money. Let's think about that for a second, folks. CEOs get paid too much money. They make obscene amounts of money. Let me ask the first question real simple. How much should CEOs get paid? You own a business. How much should you make? 5,000? 50,000? 500,000? 5 million? Because she wants to cap how much money you make by saying that CEOs, that if you own your small business, and God help us, you make money, you get to be a success, and your small business grows, she's telling you, you don't deserve the money for all the work. You put in all the risk, you put in all the time, you have to deal with the taxes, the business laws, you have to deal with the regulations of New York State, but you don't deserve all the money you can make. She wants to cap it. So let me ask you, how much money? What's the cap? 50 million, 5 million, 50,000? What's the limit on how much you can make? Because Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez somehow seems to know how much money you should make. She wants to tell you, and she is telling you, that she can determine how much money you deserve. No matter how hard you work, no matter how many people you employ, no matter how good your business is or how necessary it is, she's going to tell you how much money you make. She is your boss. That's what AOC wants you to think. That's what the progressive and the Democratic National Socialists, that's what they want you to believe. That they can tell you how much money you make. You will work hard, you will do the job because you do it for yourself, but they're going to be your boss. They're going to tell you how much money you make. Do you agree with that? Does anyone in America agree with that? That you're going to work for Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez? Do you agree to that? Because she's decided that's your job. That's her job. as a congresswoman who is elected and swears an oath to serve you, to serve the public. She is a public servant, and she wants to be your boss. Gee, does that sound like a great idea? Do you feel happy with that idea? That she's going to be your boss? That you're working for her? That she's going to tell you how much you get paid? Does that make any sense to anyone? Does anyone agree with that? Because I don't. Oh, I'm sorry. I almost missed a comment here. Ramp, please. Okay, sorry. Please. First time I'm seeing the name, so excuse me for not getting it correct. Please says, she was a waitress without education. What about the one who is running BLM? She bought 2 houses for millions of dollars using people to destroy the country. Are Americans blind? Please, you're talking about Patrisse Cullors, who has admitted publicly that she is a communist, that she was trained in communism, and that she created BLM to introduce communism to black people. She said that. This is in several interviews. That's public knowledge. So that's a fact. And what Patrisse Cullors did before she stepped away from BLM, they raised $90 million during the George Floyd riots. She raised $90 million, bought 6, not 2 houses. She bought 6 mansions. 6 mansions that are for her and her family. They're not for the business. That's not for BLM. It's not offices. It's not shelters for the public. It's not even accessible to the public. It's nowhere near any black community. It is, in fact, in high-end, what tends to be white communities that she bought these houses in for her family to live in with the money from BLM. By the way, BLM is going bankrupt right now. Name the program that they spent the money on, because no one can. Where are the donations of BLM going to black people to help feed them, to put programs together? No one can name the programs because, as far as I am aware, they don't exist. God knows what they're spending the money on. I can tell you what I think, what I know of. What we do know is BLM spends money on their family members working as consultants and security, and they pay them about $1 to $1.5 million each for security and for consulting services. And they buy mansions. And then, second that everyone was paying attention to the money and said, hey, where are you spending the money? Patrisse Cullors said, I retire, I'm out. I'm a communist with 6 houses, multi-million-dollar houses, and a fat bank account, millions of dollars that she paid herself from the public, and she just retired. And she's now retired. She's a retired socialist multi-millionaire. Kind of like Bernie Sanders when you think about it. Bernie owns 3 houses, he's a multi-millionaire, and he's a communist. It's not because he's making the money, he's making $175,000 in the Senate. He's a multi-millionaire with 3 houses. Yeah, you tell me these people didn't sell out? I don't know how. Ramplice has also said, this is the first time watching the program. Thank you. And they believe that we're on the right path. I thank you for that. We appreciate it. And I hope you'll, like, share, and subscribe to the program. It's the only thing we ever really ask is like, share, and subscribe. We look for more and more people, whether you agree or disagree. We're providing the evidence. We're telling you what we think the conclusions are. We look forward to hearing everyone's voice. So we hope you will check that out and take time to become a member. If you wish, we could even join our Patreon. It's $1.50 a month. We do over 30 hours of content per month. And it usually costs me about $5,000 a year to do this. But we're asking our supporters $1.50 a month. Not much. If you don't want to, that's fine. Like, share, subscribe. That's all we really want at the end of the day. Ramplants 01 says, I think you should befriend Garland Nixon. I don't know Garland Nixon. Hang on, let me take a look. Who is Garland Nixon? Garland Nixon, it seems, has a YouTube channel. He's a veteran radio and TV political analyst.
Good.
And let me take a look here. And Garland has been doing okay for himself. 450 videos, 56,000 subscribers. Garland, you're doing better than me. I've been doing this for well over 12 years with 1,600, 1,700 videos. And YouTube hates my guts. Won't let me get... I have not been able... For 6 months, I haven't been able to get over 1,071 subscribers for 6 months. They just... Every time I get over that, they just wipe out people. They just remove them. It's insulting. You say he's a retired policeman. Okay. I'd be happy to speak with him. If he wants to get in touch with me, if you know a way to reach out to him, I'd be happy. I'll go. He can interview me. I'll interview him. I don't mind. Whether he agrees with me or not, I'm not afraid to speak to progressives, to Democrats, to libertarians, conservatives, Republicans on what I think and what I'm seeing out there. I'm happy to answer anyone's questions on all these subjects. I've been doing speeches in various colleges. I've been doing this for 17 years. So I'm more than happy. If you know them, tell them, hey, Mike says you're more than welcome to be a guest on here and I'll speak with him. Or I'll go on to his channel. I don't mind. My name is Michael. Last name is Voss. V-A-S-S. And you can put me into any search engine in the world. I'll come up. Literally, you can go to anywhere in the world. I've been in Paris. Put in my name, I will come up. In fact, if you're outside the United States, you will find me better and you'll find more of my information outside the United States than inside the United States. It's the way that they have the censorship and suppression. It's easier to find information about me everywhere else in the world except in the United States, where it's harder to find me, believe it or not. But there you go. And again, I'd be happy to speak to Garland Nixon on any subject that's been in any political subject over the last 25, 30 years. But I am, more importantly, I'm glad that you're enjoying the program. I'm glad that you are finding worth here. That's what we try and do. And today's one of the shorter ones, too. See me when I'm really going on it. But again, going back to talking about what we're seeing with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. She is using emotional pleas. She's playing with people's emotions here. Rich people are bad. Who wants to be poor? Rich people don't pay enough. How much do you want them to pay? They already pay 70% of everything. Every year when we pay taxes, 70% of all taxes are paid by the top 5% in America. Think about that. The top 5% pay 70% of all the taxes. The bottom 50% get a refund. Think about that. The bottom 50% get a refund. The top 5% pay for 70% of everything. And she says that's not enough? What? How much more does she want to take away? And she's telling you that she's going to limit the ceiling. Now that she's making more money than she could have possibly ever imagined. She went from being a bartender making, I don't know, let's say that she's a really good bartender. She was making $50,000, $60,000 a year. And she is now, and she wasn't working in that high end a bar, so I doubt it. But let's say she was making $50,000 a year, and she's now making $175,000 a year. She gets to live in secure hotels. She has a Tesla. A Tesla. By the way, she didn't pay off her student loans yet. This woman who's making $175,000 a year, who's getting 4 times as much money as the average American, has not paid off her student loans yet. She could pay them off. She doesn't want to. She wants you to pay for her student loan that she could pay off. And she makes 4 times as much money as you do, at least. Does that make any sense? But she doesn't want you to make more money. She wants to tell you how much money you get to make for all the work that you do. Meanwhile, in doing that, she is going to increase the amount of poverty. She's going to increase the number of people who are making minimum wage, who are going to be actually making less than minimum wage. She's going to increase the amount of unemployment. That's not me saying this. That's the CBO, the Congressional Budget Office, that have looked at this 3 times and have always come up with the same answer. It's not me. That's the federal government that tells you she doesn't know what she's talking about. And she got a degree in economics. It makes no sense. But this is what's going on. And so we have geniuses, utter geniuses like AOC that are working in combination with utter geniuses like Kamala Harris, who can't define the word culture. She's vice president. She's talking to world leaders. Is it any surprise why she has failed? Why she doesn't show up on the international discussions about illegal immigration? Why when she has gone to South Korea twice, she embarrassed the United States and angered the South Korean government and the people? She doesn't know what she's talking about, but she thinks it's really funny and she laughs about it all the time. She can't define culture. This is a word that should be able to be defined in 5th grade. 5th graders should be able to define the word culture. It's not that hard. But these are the people that are leading us, and they are leading us ever faster down a road that is negative. And where are we getting from that? This is the state of Delaware. The city of Seaford in Delaware is now going to give businesses the right to vote. And I know you're thinking, but Mike, Democrats don't like businesses. They're anti-business. Yes, but they're going to give businesses a right to vote. Mind you, these are the same Democrats that tell you that businesses aren't people, that businesses can't make donations to campaigns, but now they can vote. Now they're looking to vote. Illegal aliens can vote and businesses can vote, as long as they're all Democrats. As long as you're voting for a progressive, they don't care where the vote comes from. They just want the vote. They just want your Democrat vote. They want power. And it doesn't matter what they said in the past, because in the future, as long as you vote for them, they don't care. And it's as simple as looking at this. Again, this is from the Delaware public media. This is from the government of the state government. This is from Delaware. Seaford's city council is considering to allow businesses, also known as artificial entities, the right to vote in city elections, making Western Sussex County City the largest municipality in the state to consider it. It is the only city in the United States at this moment that has made the idea that they should let businesses, not people, businesses vote. These are the same people who are saying you should have mail-in ballots. These are the same people who want illegal aliens to have the right to vote. They've done that they tried that in New York City. They actually succeeded in San Francisco. Illegal aliens can vote in local elections, and now they want small businesses, all of them Democratic leaning, because your vote doesn't matter. Remember, these are the same people that tell you your vote doesn't matter. You can't beat City Hall. You don't have a voice. But that illegal alien next to you, they do. They got a voice, and they want their vote. And that business that you can't afford to own, that they're going to take your tax, they're going to take the taxes, they're going to cut your salary. Yeah, but that business, they have a vote. You don't have a vote. Your vote doesn't matter. You're a conservative. You're a Republican. You're a libertarian. Maybe you're even in the Green Party. You don't get a vote, but everyone else does. Because everyone else's vote matters, just not yours. Because you have never heard a Republican, a conservative, a libertarian, hell, the Green Party will not tell you that your vote doesn't matter. They have never said that in their life. I have talked to lots of people in every political faction in America, across this country. No one has ever said your vote doesn't count unless they are a Democrat, and almost exclusively when they're a progressive. Those are the only people that will tell you your vote doesn't matter, that your vote is not necessary, that you don't have a voice. They're the only ones who will tell you that. But they're also the only people who are telling every illegal alien in the world that they have a voice and that they have a vote. And they want them to come to America because they invited them. They opened the border. They're giving them hotels to live in. They're taking your taxes and they're spending it on those illegal aliens that they just told can vote in elections. Gee, do you think they don't value you? Do you think it's a scam? Ramplins, I'm going to call you Ram, just because I'm not sure how to pronounce that. So Ram says, Black and Spanish lives matter as long as you're a Democrat. Yeah. As long as you are obeying, as long as you're doing what you are told, as long as you stay within the plantation and you just consume the approved material and you do what you're told to do. Because you can't be black and conservative. Oh, no, you're a traitor. Larry Elder is the face of white supremacy. Do you remember that? I do. 2022, LA Times. Black people, remember, if you're not a Democrat, you're the face of white supremacy. What did Joe Biden say? You're not black if you don't vote Democrat. That's what Joe Biden said. He also said that if you happen to be black and Hispanic, you're too stupid to use the internet to know how to look up where you need to go vote. He said that on CNN's Town Hall. Don't have to believe me, look it up. CNN Town Hall, I believe that was in 2022. Joe Biden, you don't know how, you're a person of color, you don't know how to use the internet. You're not smart enough. This is why they want affirmative action. This is why they want equal rights amendment. Do you notice they stopped talking about affirmative action? That they have walked away from that entire conversation? That everything in the news media, the news cycle went and they've dropped it. They dropped affirmative action about as hard as they dropped the argument about late-term abortion. It's gone. Why? It's not getting them votes. Because everyone had to stop and say, wait a minute, you're supporting racism. You're supporting prejudice and bias. Because affirmative action is prejudice and bias. It is equity. It is turning people into categories and then arbitrarily ranking those categories. You're no longer an individual. And Harvard is saying, no, we're going for that. You're not a person, you're a category. And they are gung-ho on that. They want more categories of people. They don't want human beings. They want categories that are going to be very good Democrats. That's what Harvard wants. And everyone, when they stopped and they had to think about this and said, well, wait a minute. If you continue affirmative action, then we're going to all be less human. We're less individuals. There's going to be, and the Democrats are like, no, but we need more prejudice in America. We need to fight racism by being more racist. Don't you understand? Doesn't that make sense to you? You need to be more prejudiced to be able to fight prejudice. Doesn't that make sense to you? And because everyone in America and everyone in the world looked at that and said, that makes no sense. That is stupid and it is manipulative. And when the daylight was shown on the Democrats and progressives for this ideology, they stopped talking. And the news media said, next story. The news media just jumped to the next thing. No. Oh, wait a minute. There's cocaine in the White House. Don't worry. We don't know where in the White House it could be. It's nowhere near Hunter, though. Hunter Biden was nowhere near the cocaine. But there's cocaine in the White House. Somehow. Don't worry about whether or not it affects national security. We're not even going to talk about that because that's not important. It's just that there's cocaine in the White House. Stop talking about affirmative action. Stop talking about racism that Democrats promote. Talk about what they want you to talk about. And remember, you have to vote for Joe Biden because you're too stupid to use the internet, as Joe Biden has said. Want to prove that you're black? Don't use a mirror. Vote in an election. The only way that you can prove that you're black enough is by saying, hey, I'm voting Democrat. Now you've proven that you're black enough. And you have a seat right next to the illegal alien. Does that make sense to anyone? Look, I'm not telling you that you have to be a Republican. I'm not telling you have to be a conservative. You could be a libertarian. You could be the Green Party. You can be a socialist. Well, no, not socialist. I have a problem with socialists. I personally have a problem with socialism. But you could be a Democrat. Fantastic. That's your choice. I'm not asking you to change to become more like me. I don't require that you have to accept everything I say and do what I believe. That would mean I'm a progressive. I'm not. I'm more than happy to have you say, Mike, that's a good point, but I don't agree. Okay. But I want you to understand what they are offering you and where they are leading you. Where the issue about cocaine isn't about Hunter, it's about national security. Affirmative action is about prejudice, government-sponsored prejudice. The problem with Joe Biden going to the courts and saying that he needs to have intimate conversations with social media is that they want to silence the First Amendment. They want censorship. They want to suppress your voice. When we look at what's going on in this world, when we're watching what they're doing, they're not bringing more freedom. They're becoming more authoritarian. And they're telling you that if you complain about that, you have an issue. You're the problem, not them. They blame you for what they're doing. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense if you're paying attention. If you're paying attention and you're holding the politicians accountable, and if you look at your elected politicians as servants and not as your master, then it doesn't make any sense. But if you think that Chuck Schumer is smarter than you, if you think Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, if you think that whole group, that they're somehow going to run your life better than you can, then yeah, it makes all sense. I'm sure it makes all the sense in the world. But I've actually talked to a bunch of these politicians. I've talked to politicians at every level of government, local, state, federal. I've talked to members of Congress and people who are running for the presidency. I've talked to these people privately as well as publicly. And I've heard from them. They're not smarter than you. Being elected doesn't suddenly give them an injection of IQ points. Some of these people were as dumb as anybody walking down the street, and they still are. They're not. The only thing they did is they had a good slogan to get votes. They had a lot of money to buy a bunch of ads that sold. That's it. They sold them. They're a commodity. They're no different than buying dish soap. That's just the reality of what most of these politicians are. And that's been my experience for over 17 years. You get most of these politicians together I can tell you right now, there's many people in my audience who are typing right now, whether it's on Rumble or on YouTube or Facebook, who are writing in the comments on a regular basis, people who have joined my Patreon that are smarter than 2/3 of the people in Congress. They know more about the issues than 2/3 of the people in Congress. Because most of the people in Congress today, as an example, people like Josh Riley, who want to be in Congress, people like Kirsten Gillibrand, are just yes people. They just say yes to whatever the party says, and they collect $175,000 checks that are tax-free, and they get to live the life of Riley. They get to go to the Met. They get free tickets to go to the Met and to wear $30,000 dresses or suits that are donated to them, that you and I, we can't go. We can't afford it. We can't afford the tickets, and we're not invited. You and I, no, we're on the outs. We only get to see pictures of them sipping champagne, eating cocktails, shrimp cocktails, and glamorous suits and dresses at an event we can't go to. But they go, and they tell us, oh, by the way, we need to raise your taxes. Is it because your dress costs $30,000? Is it because you went to a black tie event that's worth like $5,000 per ticket? Is that why we're raising taxes? Are we raising taxes because your security costs $70,000 a year? And if you wonder who I'm referencing there, that's Cori Bush. Cori Bush pays her brother $70,000 for private security every year. By the way, that's coming out of your pocket. You pay for that. That's where her money's coming from you. She makes 4 times more than you do, and you pay for her security. By the way, you don't get to have police officers. Cori Bush wants to defund the police. AOC wants to defund the police. They have security they're paying almost $100,000 a year for, and it's your money, but you can't buy a gun, especially the women. Especially if you're a woman, you don't get to have a gun. You can't afford it. You can't afford to go through all the hoops. Sheila Jackson Lee, who has security to protect her as a member of Congress, is telling other black women they can't afford to pay for the psychiatrists and the background check, the fingerprints, and the training that Sheila Jackson Lee says every black woman has to spend. You have to spend $5,000 to buy a $300 handgun to protect yourself from some crazy dude that wants to beat you up because you didn't look at him right. But Sheila Jackson Lee says, hey, no problem. As long as you can spend $5,000 for the government to issue you the right that you already have by birth, then she'll let you get a gun. Maybe. Because now you got to still buy bullets. And by the way, there aren't enough bullets to go around. Ukraine needs bullets. Black women need bullets. So they're giving the bullets to the Ukraine. It sucks to be you. You know, you could always get private security if you could afford it, but you can't. Screw you. That's what they're saying. Anyone think I'm wrong? Is there anyone who thinks I'm wrong? Because I'm happy to have that conversation. I'm happy to hear from any elected Democrat, any candidate for any elected position in the United States, coast to coast, that wants to tell me, Mike, you're understanding it wrong. Fantastic. Let's have that conversation. I do understand the Second Amendment. I do understand the gun control laws that have been proposed by multiple members of the Democratic Party continuously. I've read the bills. I do know what they're talking about. If you think I'm wrong, let's have that conversation. Let's have an intelligent, detailed conversation with the American people, unedited, and let it take as long as it needs. I got nowhere else to be. But they never call in. not publicly. They never will have this conversation publicly. Some of them will call me privately. They will not do it publicly. And that should tell you something right there. Go ahead, Graham. You can call in anytime. Don't wait for me. Just call. I look forward to it. Hey, there we go. Hello, and thank you for calling into No Soundbites Allowed. This is your host, Michael Voss, and may I ask, what's your first name?
Hey, Michael, it's Graham. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you perfect. What's going on?
Okay. So maybe we can have a little bit of a continuation of our conversation from last time. We'll start with what AOC was saying about poverty.
Yes.
I think that she describes the problem correctly in that we do have a poverty problem in America, but I don't think that she's correct about the solution, which is to put the burden on individual companies and limit the amount of revenues or profits that they can bring in, and to take more from them, let's say in taxes. I think she is too narrow. She's too specific with where she wants to gain the funds in which to address the problem of poverty. Does that make sense?
Sort of. So let me be clear. So the answer is the problem to poverty is to give people money. Not that they will earn money, not that they will create businesses and have a better life, but for the government to give them free stuff. Because that's what AOC is offering. That's the suggestion from AOC. The government's going to force businesses and entities to give people stuff. And that's a solution. That doesn't work. It has never worked. Government can't just give you stuff because it's never free. It comes from somewhere. And the problem with the minimum wage, increasing the minimum wage, this is why the CBO has reviewed this 3 separate times since 2018. And every single time, the math always comes back. You will increase unemployment. You will increase poverty because you will cause all the things that poor people need to increase somewhat exponentially, because you can't just give free stuff. There's a cost to it, and it always kicks back in. Do you follow me?
Yeah. I think that I think that we kind of already do that with our tax code, but we just don't do it as efficiently as we should. I think it should be improved.
Okay, well then let me ask this question. You want to improve the tax code? Fantastic. How much rich people pay?
You know what? I'm actually really interested in, I think it was the Freedom Caucus that came out with a plan that they said that we should move to a flat tax. We should automate our, I think this is what they said, we should automate our tax collection process as much as possible. And we should reduce the amount of money that we're spending on the IRS department itself.
Well, there's a couple things to that. And yes, the Freedom Caucus did have one of these plans. It's basically a derivation of what we've seen from Herman Cain and others who said that there should be a flat tax. Mostly they're going off of what Herman Cain said previously in a that was 2016 presidential race. Essentially, the idea is you have that flat tax, and that replaces the income tax. And I'm not totally against that. It depends on how you do it and what the exact amount is. But let's understand that a flat tax hurts the poor more than the system we have right now. Because the poor, it's going to cost them more than the system we have currently. Everything they buy will be more expensive. So it will be harder for them to buy things. So a flat tax does work. It is a good idea, but poor people will get hurt. There's just no way around it, which is why no one will do the flat tax. Is it a better system? Yes. Everyone pays in? Absolutely. Will there be more money? Absolutely. Poor people are going to get hurt. That's why no one will go with it. It is a better idea than what we have right now, but that's why. So, go on.
Yeah, right. So I think you're correct in the way that you described the flat tax hurting poorer people without there being some sort of counterbalancing force. And that's where I think the counterbalancing force should be what you and I talked about last week in terms of what are the basic necessities of life. In my view, there are 5 things: food, shelter, education/information, which can easily be bundled into internet connection, in my view. So food, shelter, internet connection, transportation, and healthcare. So in my view, if you have a flat tax that taxes everybody the same, collects as much revenue as we can without, stifling the economy, and then we direct a lot of our funds towards raising the bottom levels of our populations, like based on socioeconomics. I think that will make us more competitive in the coming future, especially when it comes to going up against countries like China on the international stage.
No,
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't agree with that for specific reasons. I understand the reasoning you're making. But first of all, information isn't internet. They're not the same thing. They're not connected. I don't need internet to have information or knowledge. So internet is not a requirement. It's a luxury and it's a benefit and it has a lot of good, but it's not a requirement. So there's a big difference there. You tell me free libraries, you tell me about education goes into an entirely different conversation, and that's a different type of spending, but internet doesn't equal intelligence. Otherwise, people wouldn't be watching, you wouldn't be watching cat videos, because that's what people are using it for. What do people use the internet for? They watch cats. That's not intelligence. So that's out. Also, transportation is not essential to life. You don't need to be able to transport yourself. You can live in one city. You could have a bicycle, a walk, or public transportation. I don't need a car. You don't necessarily need public transportation for most of the places in America. You don't need to travel a whole lot to be able to do your job, depending on the nature of your job, depending on where exactly you live. And most people don't. So transportation isn't essential to life. You can do it by walking. So when we say transportation, most people are thinking vehicles, or they're thinking of planes, something big like that. No, you really don't need it. You need, be able to walk and or ride a bicycle, period. Everything else is luxury. That's a benefit, but you don't need it. Now, with that being said, under those stipulations, understanding that, looking at the rest of it, we're not competing with China because we have poor Americans. China doesn't care. China has so many people that they are willing to seal them into buildings, to literally weld the door shut and let them die by the hundreds of thousands, because they did. It's not a guess. They actually did this to people. They don't care. Labor for China is cheap. It is the cheapest thing. They throw that around. They could care less. They have bodies for days. They can do anything cheaply if it's just a matter of manual labor. So they don't care about that. And we and the rest of the world can't compete with that. We don't have an extra 300,000 people that we don't care are alive or dead. China does. The only other person who is close to that is India. And India has a class system where the people who are the most populous people are the lowest class of people, and those people are literally equal to refuse, human refuse, waste. Literally, they are class. That's the class they have in India. So you can do anything you want to them. So in the United States, the Western economy is competing against economies in the East that don't care about human life. The quality of human life or the existence of human life are meaningless to them because it's so abundant. You don't compete against that by saying, well, I'm going to make you feel better. I'm going to give you more creature comforts and luxury. That's never going to make up that difference. We beat them by quality, not by quantity. Quality requires education, experience, and desire. And the United States is better at doing all of those things. Yes, Ram mentions that they're called the Untouchables. That's right. That is the class. To give them the proper name. That's correct. So we're looking at, we beat them. So look at almost any product that's made in China. We know that they have lower quality. They're going to break more often. They're not built strong enough. They're horrible. Our devices are far better quality. But why are they so much more expensive? Because of unions, because of politics. We have regulations, we have unions, we have tariffs, we have all these other things other than the actual quality of the goods. And the reason why we have the tariffs, the unions, and all these other regulations is because we have too many people involved in the government. Our government is too big. Most of the United States government, just like most of the education system in the United States, is middle management. It's people passing papers from one guy to the next to justify that they exist. They don't actually serve a real concrete purpose. We don't need them. They're kind of like Twitter. Twitter used to have, 7,000 employees. And Elon Musk walked in and fired 75% of the company. And the company does the same job today that they did 2 months before he was there, with literally 1/4 the number of people. The question wasn't how many people they had or the quality of life of those individuals, because they had a lot of people and they had a very high, stupidly high quality of life, but they were completely ineffective. So he's improved the company and brought it closer to profitability by reducing that. So again, it's getting rid of the bloat. The best thing that helps America deal with China in the future is reducing the bloat, which means reducing the size of the government, reducing unnecessary and redundant regulations, and motivating individuals to do it on their own, not to have government involvement. That's the way I would see that. Do you see why I say that?
Yeah, I think it's interesting that you mentioned motivation, because the word inspiration was something that I also wanted to talk to you about. And I think that when it comes to inspiring our people to work towards, in unity, work towards a particular goal, we could be in trouble with that in the coming future. I wanna bring up Xi Jinping of China.
Yeah.
So he's been called a CEO leader, right?
Okay.
There's an author who wrote a biography of him.
Okay.
The author's name's Kerry Brown, and the title of his book is called CEO China: The Rise of Xi Jinping.
Interesting.
And Xi Jinping's philosophy is his philosophy of governance is really interesting. And it's from what I've read, it seems to me that the way that he connects with his people is through the idea of development and national development.
No.
Okay.
That's not how he does it through the force.
Go ahead.
He controls his people through the force and power and fear of the Communist Party. And we've seen that on display. Just think of Tiananmen Square. And think about what's happening in Hong Kong right now. He just, this week that just passed, he just made the Chinese government, which means Chairman Xi, just came out with an announcement that there are 8 former members of the Hong Kong government, who in 2019, the people of Hong Kong voted for them to be in charge and to try and get a glimmer, a shade of the U.S. democracy. China didn't like that vote, said it was illegal, kicked out all 47 members that were elected by the public, kicked them out of office, threw most of them in jail. Some of them have disappeared forever. 8 of them got out of China and are either in the United States, in Canada, in Australia, the United Kingdom, and they're hiding. And this week, China said, we are going to go into any country you happen to be, and we're going to drag you back to China so we can throw you in a concentration camp. And they're doing that. Remember, this is also the country that they have illegal police offices in 100 countries in the world, 53 known illegal police stations, including 6 to 8, somewhere between 6 and 8 in the United States. We've closed down 1. If you remember on our channel back in October of 2022, we had a phone call that told us the exact location, the exact floor, the exact room of one of the illegal Chinese police stations were. Yeah, that's the one that got closed down. I'd like to think that this channel was responsible for the government to figure out something that everyone else seemed to know. But that one was closed down. But we found out since then, there's at least 5 to 7 more. Mostly in New York City and in LA, but they're also in Houston. They're also in Washington State and I believe in Boulder. So, China's saying they're going to go into countries that happen to have their illegal police stations to have their police illegally go and find these exiles, capture them, kidnap them, bring them back to China, and punish them, throw them in gulags for daring to say they want freedom. And the example that's being made to the rest of the Chinese people is, no matter where you go, we will punish you. That is not a CEO. That is a dictatorship. That is an authoritarian dictator of some of the most cruel levels we have ever seen, and that's evil. So when people say, oh, no, but he's a CEO. No, he's not. Do you see why I say that?
I hear you. Don't get me wrong.
Mm-hmm.
China does have problems when it comes to authoritarianism, one-party rule, and mistakes made on the international stage, made by a government that it's difficult to hold them accountable, especially by their own people. But what I'm saying is that there's such a high level of poverty in China that for most people there, they're not able to be concerned about the mistakes that their government is making on the international stage because they don't even have the basics of life.
Well,
the basics of life, in my view, like I explained
I
earlier,
understand.
which is food, shelter, information, education, transportation, and healthcare. They don't have I would say the vast majority of people in China don't securely have those things.
They don't.
Thus, they're not able to be concerned about mistakes that their government is making.
No. Here's the difference. You're right. They don't have those capabilities. That's not in question. I've talked to many people, in particular, Lily Tang Williams will describe the life under a Chairman Mao, the Xi movement, the current Communist Party of China. She's lived it, and she's an American citizen, and probably the strongest advocate for the Second Amendment I have ever spoken to in my life. Lily Tang Williams is her name. Fantastic woman. She's in New Hampshire right now. So you're correct. They don't, but that's part of the process. It's not that the people don't have it, and therefore can't pay attention to what their government's doing. Their government doesn't care. They don't consider them human beings. They're just a category. And they are people who are being used. And the government doesn't care about that. That's why they don't provide them the things, so that they will never get to the point where they have to care. They want them impoverished, because if they're impoverished, they will never rally and the Communist Party will never be replaced. It's one of the principles of communism. You are a unit. You're not a human being. You don't have rights. You are a category, and the category has rights, none more. So no one has to care about you. And that's a very big difference. So I want you to see that, understand that's a fundamental difference between communism and every other form of government. Dictatorships don't care about you. They care about power. You have republics that are based on a lot of corruption given enough time, and that's one of the big problems there. America has interactions where the public can, usually doesn't, but can control the government, minus various levels of corruption. China doesn't care because everyone is just a category. They are the ultimate in equity. You are this category, you have nothing else, and we will treat you as such. And you will never get ahead because you never will have human beings get your 5 categories of things required for life. But categories don't. That's a very big difference, and it changes every aspect of your life when you realize that, or when you're involved in that. Does that make sense to you? Thank you, Ram, for being here with us, by the way. You are in the EU. I love my EU audience. Go ahead.
Yeah. So going back to the idea of Xi Jinping as a CEO leader, we can both agree that over the past couple decades that China, having a population of roughly 1.5 billion people, their share of world GDP has been slowly growing higher and higher over the last couple decades. We can agree on that, right?
They've manipulated the numbers, and yeah, it looks like their GDP is increasing. It kind of is, not quite.
The world, as a share of world GDP, their share has been rising. That's my understanding.
Yes, how much so is where it gets difficult, because again, they manipulate their currency in several ways to give them more importance than they probably should have. But yes, just by the sheer number, but that's going to happen just because they have the sheer number of people. They went from, most recently, they went from less than 1 billion to, we're talking the last 20, 30 years, they went from less than 1 billion to 1.5 billion. Your GDP is going to grow. You just have more people. But go on. So I understand that. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so then I guess I'll move on to a question then. If we can both agree on the premise that China as a country is dealing with absolute poverty and the United States as a country is dealing with relative poverty, how do we succeed going into the future if part of success is exporting our ideology more successfully than China exports theirs?
Income, success, and appreciation of success is not dependent on income. Poverty is not a function of success or quality of life. And now I know that sounds a little odd, but I'll try and explain that. In the United States, and this is a known fact, it is correct, that if you are poor in the United States, you make $12,000 a year. You are richer than 60% of the world. That's why it's relative poverty, relative to other Americans. You're poor. Relative to the world, you're incredibly rich. You're in the upper portions, the upper 2/5 of most of the world. China's poverty is poverty. The thing that makes America better, and the reason why we have already succeeded in this, we have millions of people lined up 20 years down the road. Literally, there are millions of people waiting 20 years in the line to become American citizens, on top of another 20, 30, possibly 40 million illegal aliens in the United States right now. They're here because we succeeded. Because they don't care about the poverty. They care about freedom. Because freedom is independent of poverty. Because while you may be relatively poor in America, you aren't poor. And it's the freedom that has given you that increase in quality of life. So that, yeah, you'll be poor in America. Second class, an illegal alien is living a second class citizen life. They're living in poverty to American citizens. They'll make $8,000, somewhere between $8,000 and $30,000 a year. That's considered on the lower, poor to low end income in the United States. They're living the life of royalty compared to their country. They're rich. And the reason they could do all of that is because they had the freedom to do that. Even as criminals, they are so free, they're living a better life than if they stayed in their own country. Think about it. To be a criminal in America is living a better life than most countries in the world. To be a law-abiding citizen in 2/3 of the world isn't as good as being a criminal in America. We already beat China. When you can say that and it is factual, it is documented, you already won. We're not competing with China. China's competing with us. We've already won. China's just trying to convince us that we're actually in a fight at all. Do you see why I say that? Does that make sense to you?
I'm not sure yet. But I'll think about it and maybe I'll be able to tell you next time. So I guess I'll point to you like one more thing.
Sure.
And this goes back to the issue of poverty and partially overlaps with what AOC was saying in terms of people are choosing between food and medicine and baby formula, which I don't know if that's true.
It's not.
I don't know if that is true for people in her district. I don't know if her people in her district have personally said that to her. But I asked you a question earlier about, is there anything that the Biden-Harris administration is doing that you approve of?
Yeah.
And I was able to find one thing that the Biden-Harris administration is doing that I approve of, and I'll see if I can find a way around giving you the link.
Okay. Well, before you go further, to answer a question about AOC,
yeah,
it's not real, because if she was citing a source, if she actually had a source for that information, she would have told it to everyone, because she knows the news media is watching her. She knows people like I am watching her, and her constituents are watching. So if she validated the claim by showing any study, any kind of data, no one could ever question her. She would actually solidify her position, and everyone would have to shut up and go, gee, well, I don't like it, but the number is the number. She didn't do that because that's why she's playing on emotions, because she has no data. If she had it, she'd have told people, and she knows people are looking for it. She has none. So that's on AOC. So in the link, just tell me what it is. What is it that you want me to look up?
Yeah. Well, I mean, just to maybe wrap up the point about AOC is that I think politicians, representatives on both sides of the aisle, speak freely in public when they say that my constituents are saying X, Y, and Z to me.
But she didn't say that.
I mean, fair enough. I didn't watch the whole clip, the whole speech, or anything like that. But all I'm saying is that in general, representatives do say these are things my constituents are saying to me, and that's not always reflected in the data. But then,
true. And I wouldn't question that.
It's kind of part of their job, right?
Right, and you may hear that, and I would not. I don't question. Well, I'm limited in questioning when someone says my constituents say. Okay, that may or may not be true, and that may or may not reflect your constituency. She didn't even offer that. She just said, this is what's happening in America, period. That is her statement to her constituents as it was recorded, as it's been shown, in full context, That's why I have the link, and I'll have the link at the end of the show when I put it up there, but that's why I showed it. No, she never once says, this is what my constituents are saying. That's what she's saying. She's making an argument that doesn't have anything to support it because there is no evidence of it. So that's the difference there. If she had said it was my constituents, I'd have given her the shadow of doubt. She didn't say that. But go on.
Yeah. Fair enough. Okay, so I'm gonna paste this into the chat, and what you can do is in the address bar, you can type in whitehouse.gov, and the rest of the rest of the address will be what I type in the chat. So does that make sense? So
Yeah, I got you. I got you. Go ahead.
So that is it's a national strategy document. I think they had a conference, and the document came out shortly afterwards, back in September of 22.
Don't see it yet.
And it's a national strategy on hunger, nutrition, and health. Now, this is something that I
wait a minute.
agree with.
I don't see it.
Okay, wait, it's not working for you?
It hasn't come up. Just tell me what the title is. What is the title?
Okay, so let me see if I can direct you from a search then.
No. If you go into if it's a White House document, at the top of the document, right under where it says the White House, it should have the title of that document.
Into the address bar.
Not in the address bar, just the actual title of the document.
The title of the document is Biden-Harris Administration National Strategy on Hunger, Nutrition, and Health. I tried to link you to the PDF.
No, I'll find it. That's just I've been doing this long enough. I know how the search engines arrange this, so it's just easier to tell me this than try and get the. I'll find the URL, and I found it.
Right, fair enough.
So we have the Biden-Harris Administration National Strategy on Hunger, Nutrition, and Health from September of 2022.
Right.
Starts off with a bunch of useless crap from Joe Biden. That's the intro. It's useless. Okay, so what are we looking for?
So that first page there is just the address that Joe Biden gave, and anyone can read that on their own leisure. But great. So the table of contents right there. I'll just summarize it for you really quick. There's 5 pillars.
Yep.
The first is food, improving access to good quality food for all Americans. The second pillar is the way that our healthcare system should be using food as a method of treatment. Pillar 3 is improving Americans' understanding of good nutrition through education. The fourth pillar is increasing Americans'
Exercise.
Lifestyle choices when it comes to exercise. And then the fifth is improving research when it comes to nutrition and using food as medicine.
Okay, I hate this
Does that make
document.
sense?
Yeah, I understand it. I hate it. I hate this entire document.
Okay. All right. Well, this is something that if when Trump gets reelected in 2024, it tagged onto my tiny donations to him are going to be requests that initiatives like this be continued.
Oh no!
That's
Hell
where I'm
no!
coming from.
Hell no! I want this gone. I want this gone. Now, let me explain why before we go any
Go
further.
ahead.
This is a system of control. This is the government telling people what they can eat, how they can eat, and how they live. It is telling you, okay, we want to give you, I have no problem with, let's improve the access to food. Fantastic. You want more stores and more grocery stores, farms. Fantastic. I have no problem with that. Everything after that is we're going to show you what we want you to eat. We're going to tell you why you should eat it, the way that we want you to eat it, the types of food that we want you to eat. And we want you to go out and have exercise. We're going to force you or train you, condition you to exercise in the way that we want so that you are conditioned to do what we want. It's one thing to say, hey, you should have a better, healthy lifestyle. Fantastic. I have no problem with that. It's another thing to say the government's going to pay you and is going to use your taxes to pay others to live a specific way. Now, in this whole thing, I guarantee you they will tell you that you need to eat less red meat. Guess what? I don't eat vegetables. I haven't eaten vegetables since I was 18 years old. Actually, probably before then, if you ask my mother. I don't eat vegetables. Can't stand them. I do not eat them. And yet they're going to tell me I have to eat vegetables. And that should be the majority of my intake. And that I shouldn't be eating red meat. And by the way, to supplement protein, these are the same people who are saying you need to eat bugs. Not red meat. To get your protein, you're going to eat beans and you're going to eat bugs. Because that fits into this profile of they're controlling what we are taking in. I do not agree with that. I do not agree with the government making these decisions for us. It's one thing to say, hey, it's good for you. Why not? It's an entire other thing where they're spending my money to tell me how to live. There's my fundamental problem with them. Do you understand that? You don't have to agree, but do you understand my fundamental problem with it?
Yeah, I just think that your position on this is like it's a bit. I think it's a bit of an overshot, because I think what this document is trying to do is provide information so that way the private sector, the grocery stores, the fast food chains, the restaurants can adapt their methods of food delivery to better serve the public.
But
So,
wait a
for
minute,
instance-
we already have the
Yeah, go ahead.
information. We already have the information. We already have programs in schools and for the poor. And if you're getting government aid, we already have the information. We have already been telling people about that, and businesses. We don't need a new program for that. We don't need to spend more money to do the same thing we've been doing for decades. So that's not necessary. If they want to do this, they could publish a bunch of PSAs, put them on the internet and or commercials like we had Schoolhouse Rock, and just play the PSA for 30 seconds on national TV. And it would cost less and achieve the same thing. That's not what they're doing. This is a system that is telling you how to live. This is the government intruding on our lives. It feels innocuous. It is written innocuously so that we won't notice it. So it doesn't sound like it's a big intrusion, but it is an intrusion. And it's a slippery slope. If the government can tell you how to eat, and they can tell you what to eat and when to eat it, what else can the government tell you? It's one of the most fundamental basic things that human beings do. And they're telling you how to do it. What else can't they tell you to do?
I think what this document is doing is creating a hub of research, like PSAs, like you mentioned, that brings together the leading opinions and research when it comes to this stuff. And when you said that we've been doing this type of thing for the last several decades, well, I think the evidence shows that we haven't been doing it well enough. So if you scroll down past the table of contents just to the first paragraph of the document, it's under executive summary.
Yeah.
The third, the last two words of the second line starts with the rising prevalence of diet-related diseases such as type 2 diabetes, obesity, hypertension, and certain cancers. These are the consequences of the last few decades where, we've been trying to figure out a good nutrition, but we haven't been doing a very good job of it.
Well, that's not correct. That's actually not correct. One of the leading reasons is that we have changed our diets. We've changed our lifestyles. Our lifestyles changed. We used to work more. People walked more. People worked in hard labor more. They ate different foods because that was the only thing that was available to them. They had less junk food, less fast food. You cooked more. You had more home-cooked meals. And you had a balance of those foods, regardless of what culture that you had. And we have foods that had less sugar and salt in them, artificially injected in by businesses that are approved by the FDA. So when they're saying, well, no, none of this has worked, obviously because everything is worse now, well, no, you're not taking into account the lifestyle changes that were promoted by the government to get us to this point. It's not the food per se, it's the lifestyle. How many people today, we've seen many people talking about the fact that kids today sit on couches and play video games all day. Well, that has nothing to do with food. If you're sedentary, if you're not moving around a whole lot, if you're working, if your job is the difference of getting up out of your bed and getting onto a computer in the other room versus getting out of bed, going out, traveling for 20 minutes, 30 minutes, whether on public transportation or walking, and you're or driving, and you're going to a job, you walk up the stairs, you go into your office, you do your job. At the end of the day, you do the whole thing backwards again. One is requiring you to move. One is requiring effort. Another one requires you to be sedentary. Which one is going to have a longer term negative impact on you? Lifestyle is the factor that they're not talking about when they're talking about food. It's a distraction. And it's very well done because I understand the argument, but they're leaving out the biggest component of what is the factor that has made things negative as they advance a different subject which achieves a goal which is also different. Again, this is a way to make it easy and innocuous to say, it's good for you. This is good for you. We're only doing good things for you. So accept the fact that the government's going to be more involved in your personal choices in your life. No, I don't want to eat bugs and I don't want to eat vegetables. I want to eat my cheeseburgers and I'm happy with that. And if that means I have to work out or other aspects of my life are going to be different, or even if I get diabetes, which I don't have, then that's on me. The government has no control of that. Get out of my life. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I think you bring up some valid points, but like maybe we can make this more concrete. When you say that you don't like vegetables, am I guessing correctly that the reason you don't like vegetables is because you don't like the way they taste?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yes, that's correct.
Right, okay. And the reason that you do like cheeseburgers is because you like the way they taste, right?
Yes.
Right. Well, I would argue that you haven't been given tasty vegetables to
That's
try.
not true. Trust me.
You've never
I've had
tasty vegetables.
I've had every member of my family. I've had women, businesses, associates. I've had hundreds, if not thousands, of people try and convince me otherwise. I've got some of the best cooks in regions that have tried to make meals for me with that. No, I just don't like it.
Well, I mean, I don't want to be too arrogant here, Michael, but I've never cooked a dish for you, so we'll
Fair enough.
We'll have to get together at some point once you migrate to New York City or something.
Fair enough.
But the other thing about red meat is that did you know that red meat cooked at high temperatures is one of the leading direct causes of things like cancer? And I can explain science to you. I'm not a scientist, but like I know like the bare basics of it.
One, you're assuming that I cook my meats at high temperatures. Two, you're not taking into account my metabolism and my basic genetics. That's another factor. Three, we can point to dozens upon dozens upon dozens of things that cause cancer, including the fact that, okay, if you're in a city, you're exposed to higher levels of toxins coming out of the exhaust of cars and also people breathing every day. So that's going to have a negative impact on you too and will lead to cancer. In fact, I'm not sure of anything nowadays that's common, that's available commonly, that doesn't have some study somewhere saying it leads to cancer. Hell, there used to be studies from the very same brilliant nutritionists and scientists in government that said that if you ate tomatoes, if you ate a box of tomatoes, that you would go insane and die. They actually used to say that. This is back in the 1800s. So, and we've heard many times over the last decade alone, how many times have these very same intelligent individuals, brilliant scientists that have said, eggs are good for you, eggs are bad for you, eggs are good for you, eggs are bad for you. How many eggs you have might be good for you or might be bad for you. It's a never-ending change. The consistent thing has been, it's the government telling you this. Government changed they used to have a food pyramid, then they went to a food tray, and they keep changing. They don't realize that one of the things that makes people heavier is, oh, you're eating more grains, and grains are good for you. You need more grains in your diet. Well, that's also going to make you fatter. It's one of the reasons why cows aren't skinny. They're eating a lot more grains. Grains convert into, and they're stored as fat in the bodies, so it can be used later. They don't go into simple sugars. They go into complex fats that can then be broken down at a later date. And that's going to add more weight to you. At the same time, you have a more sedentary lifestyle, which allows that fat to convert into harder and even more complex fats that do not go away. This is the problem. So again, my problem is at the core, the government is intervening. It's taking my money to put together a program and operatives to try and convince me of living a lifestyle they don't have any right to tell me about. It's my choice. People had that choice in the 1950s. They have the choice in 2023. The fact that people are making worse choices means that they need a better job of just giving us better options, not trying to control the choices we're making. It's like New York City, Bloomberg. He made it illegal, still to this day, in New York City for salt to be on the table of restaurants. Why? Because he doesn't trust that grown adults will be able to put salt, the proper amount of salt, on their food. Get out of my life. That's not his choice. And again, if the government can choose one thing that it can micromanage your life with, what aspect of your life does it not have the opportunity to control? And there's my ultimate fear.
Yeah. So I guess the reason that I assumed that the cheeseburgers you eat were cooked at high temperatures is because I think most burgers are cooked at high temperatures, usually on the barbecue or on the broiler, rather in the broiler. But I guess burgers can be pan fried on a low heat setting for a long time. But I just think that most people don't eat them that way. That's all.
You can cook it in a broiler or on a grill or on a pan. And higher heat doesn't mean that you're going to... there's a reason why there's rare, medium, well done. And you're thinking more so of what we tend to see, which is in the media, in the advertisements from Burger King, Wendy's, all those guys, where they are producing well done meat products. And so that's why they have that look, why they're very brown, why they're very black and brownish, even somewhat to a tinge of gray. And they have to make it that way because they're not actually using meat. They're using something that's called pink slime. The majority of them use a product. We use this in our school system, and we actually feed our kids this. It's called pink slime. It's not meat. It is a meat byproduct. And it's a slurry of various meat byproducts that are mixed together and then shipped out, and it can be chopped into various different shapes. And it's a meat byproduct. It's not actual meat. And you can't undercook that. You can't, like with fresh meat, you can make something that is rare or medium rare, which most meats should be cooked at, to get the best flavor and the best nutrients back to you. It should be no higher than medium rare. But because you can't do that to pink slime, because it's not meat, you have to cook it to at least medium, if not well done. And therefore, that's what people are accustomed to, because that's what the marketing has been, and that's what people will tend to do. That's what they're taught to do, whether they notice it or not. And again, that's where the media is taking advantage, or the government's taking advantage of that and saying, see, this is why you shouldn't have red meat, because, you're cooking it to a brick. It's well done or medium done, and therefore you're losing all the nutrients, blah, blah. No, that's because of pink slime. That has nothing to do with actual meat. There's a difference. Again, subtle to an extent, but it's different. And knowing that difference and knowing that how that affects someone has a big difference at the outcome. I've spent a lot of time thinking about this. I have an all meat diet, or virtually all meat diet. So I've done a lot in investigating this and looking this through. There's a lot more to this on very subtle levels. But again, my biggest problem isn't even any of that. My biggest problem is this is the Biden-Harris administration finding a way to use my money to alter the way I'm living my life, which isn't my choice. This is their choice. They think it's good for me. This is how they want me to live. Not that I want to live this life. It's they want me to live this life. I have a problem with that because that never ends. If they're able to tell me what I can eat and how I eat, what else can't they tell me to do? Nothing gets more basic than eating.
Mm-hmm. Right. So you could be right in your projection of where they're going with this, but from my perspective, it hasn't even been a year since the initiative came out, and from what I've looked at it, it seems to me like it's an informational / public awareness campaign to help people make better decisions. So that's just from a layperson's, who hasn't seen it unfold for more than a year. That's just what it seems like to me. But my last question to you,
sure,
when it comes to food, is do you I don't know if tomatoes are a vegetable, but do you like tomatoes?
Well, actually, they're a fruit.
Okay, so
Can't stand them.
From what I've read, cooking red meat in tomatoes is one of the best ways to consume the red meat, because not only does the acidity of the tomatoes help break down the meat for improved digestion and bioavailability of the nutrients, but there's also certain molecules in the tomatoes, quercetin is one of them, that bind to iron in the red meat, and they make it so that only your body can use it and not any of the bad stuff that might be hiding in your body.
Yeah, but there's other ways to do that. That's a matter of meat preparation. It's a matter of preparing your foods, which you can do with a rub or a saute, soaking the meats. You can do a couple ways of doing it without necessarily using a tomato. A tomato is a fruit. And by the way, tomatoes there is a global food crisis. We are 30% less food in the world. I started talking about that back in 2022, January of 2022. We are full on in the middle of that, and it won't end until at least 2025. And tomatoes are becoming so high in demand that in India, it has just been announced that all of the fast food burger joints no longer provide tomatoes as a condiment. And it may go beyond India, but it's starting in India, it seems. They're removing it because there's not enough tomatoes in the world. We have a bigger problem, and that's the global food shortage. There's 30% less food in the world. So a lot of people don't realize that. So if you like your tomatoes, grow them at home. And again, you'll get more nutrition because the tomato you buy in the store is very often a GMO. It may have been manipulated or irradiated. It's not what you would find naturally in nature. And very often they are also further pumped up with additional chemicals, preservatives, to allow them to be able to be shipped all around the world and have a longer shelf life, which is going to alter the nutritional benefit. If we really want people to be eating better, the government should be telling people, grow your own food. And you want vegetables, and you want fresh vegetables, and you want vegetables that are good for you, grow them to yourself, or have a farmer's market and get it from the closest farm in your region. That's good nutrition for you. But just eating vegetables because they said so, you're not going to be very well off, because you're not getting what they're telling you should be looking for. You'll do better growing it yourself or going to a local farmer's market. And Miss Kay has joined us from down in Australia, and she has potato farms 15 minutes away. Those are better potatoes than any potato you'll buy in the store. So that's also, so again, it's a factor to, when we're looking at this, we have to look at the totality of it to really understand the value of it. And them just saying, go out to the store, buy tomatoes, well, no, you're really pushing up the farmers markets. You're worried about the commoditization and what people are eating. And you have a higher benefit for lots of reasons for people to buy these things. But really, if you're looking at nutrition, tell people to go and grow it in their backyard. That'll be 1,000 times more nutritious and better for you than anything you're buying in the store.
Right. So I certainly agree with backyard gardens and farmers markets and getting your fruits and vegetables from local farmers. I totally agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the topics you're talking about today was culture, maybe national culture as well. But I don't know, man. I think that documents like this could help to shape a culture in which more Americans see the value in backyard gardens, farmers markets, and getting their produce from local farmers.
Well, I would love for them to do that, but here's the other end of the government. It was an article, a news report we covered. It was an announcement from the United States government. It wasn't the FDA, Agriculture, the Department of Agriculture made an announcement in late 2021, early 2022 that we covered, where your home gardens, community gardens, are actually now the property of the United States government. They just came out with this new regulation. Again, it was late 2021, early 2022, where the United States government, upon becoming aware, whether it's a community garden or your backyard garden, even a windowsill garden, is subject to seizure by the United States government under the Department of Agriculture, which should tell you something is wrong. This is yet another reason why I have issues when they come out with these nutritional guidelines and they say we're only doing this to help you. Yeah, then why are you telling people, and you've passed a regulation that says that the government can take your community garden, your community food at any time? A lot of people don't realize that they did pass that regulation. I saw it. I've read the bill, and I actually did a video on it covering that. So that's yet another reason why I have certain reservations against the government getting involved, and why I say it's about micromanagement. It's not about health. Because then why don't they reverse their position, leave the gardens alone, and encourage people to have more of them? Because that's not what they're doing.
Right. Yeah, man. I definitely can see your objection when it comes to that, and when it comes to that public policy decision of like trying to regulate people's home and community gardens and stuff. Mm-hmm. I definitely don't know the rationale behind that. But if it's okay, I'll conclude with this last point.
Sure, absolutely.
So in 2018, an author named Chris Wark, the last name is Wark. So Chris Wark in 2018 published a book called Chris Beat Cancer, and it's basically the story of how back in 2004 he was 26 years old. He was a recent college graduate, like, you know, starting out, like, thinking that he was just beginning to, like, start his life, and he got the diagnosis of I think it was colon cancer, stage 2 colon cancer. And after going through surgery, he started noticing things with the hospital system and the medical establishment that just didn't make sense. Like, the first meal that they gave him post-surgery was like a really low quality, like sloppy Joe, like beef meal. And like the first question he asked was like, "Wait, why are you giving this to me? Like I just got out of surgery. Like, is this really the healthiest thing that you could be giving me?" And that was one of his first suspicions that the medical establishment didn't really know what it was doing when it came to cancer treatment. And he embarked on this journey against the opinions of virtually all of his family and friends, to instead of going through chemo and radiation, to instead go treat his post-operative anti-cancer plan with whole, fresh, organic fruits and vegetables. And that book, published in 2018, Chris Beat Cancer, is the story of how he did it. And this is another example of what leads me to believe that if we can, as a country, improve the quality of life for all of our citizens, and the first way you do that is with the bottom tier of human needs. In my view, that's food, shelter, education/information, transportation, and healthcare. If you can improve the quality of life for all of your citizens, we can show the world that we might not have the most people, we might not produce the most goods, we might not even produce the best quality material goods, but what we can do is we can organize our society and craft our cultural values to where our citizens have the best quality of life out of anyone on planet Earth.
We already achieved that. That's exactly what we did. That's exactly what we did during the Industrial Revolution. That's what brought us all the way through the 1950s to the 1970s. Literally what you're saying is what got us to roughly the 1970s. And you're right. I don't disagree with it. It's what happened after that. See, once you've gotten that high quality of life, which we have, and again, I put my evidence of that is how many people are trying to get into America right now? How many people are trying to get into China? Hell, let's make it fair. How many people are trying to get into Sweden versus how many people go into America every year? Let's look at the numbers. From any nation in the world or all the world, or just from immigrating in and out of the United States, no matter how you want to do the math, the world sees we already succeeded at what you're talking about. Now we're just trying to improve it internally even higher. We're just raising the bar for ourselves, which I have no problem with. My only problem is we got here without the government, for the most part. And we can get even further without the government. The government is what's holding us back and actually bringing us backwards, not forwards. That's the one thing I'm trying to bring out on this. I'm not disputing what you're saying and some of the ideas that you're sharing. I'm not negatively looking at that. I don't want to come across that way. What my emphasis is, we don't need the government in this. No matter how you want to move forward with this, holistically or otherwise, fantastic. Get the government out. You'll do better and you'll have more success without the government, not with it.
All right, fair enough. Thanks for the great conversation, man.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you for bringing up these subjects. I think they're important. I think people should be able to think about this, and probably more of them will agree with you than me because they love vegetables, but it's good for people to think about.
Yeah. All right, man. I'll be tuning in to the rest of the show.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Yep. See you, Michael.
Bye-bye. All right, folks. So that was another call that we received today. You too can call in at 607-242-9247. Whether you agree with me or disagree with me, it doesn't matter. It's not about following me. It's about sharing your thoughts, just like we had Graham do, and sharing his thoughts about nutrition and the aspects of nutrition. And again, you don't have to agree with my dietary choices. I'm not asking you to do that. That's not necessary. It's not required. Nor do I think you should just fall in line and go with the progressive idea of you'll eat bugs and be happy. Seriously, I won't be. Don't even try it. But there is a middle ground. There is all kinds of areas that you can find the right answer for you without the government. And every single step, no matter what it is your choice is, I think you'll do better without the government, because the government isn't good at farming. The government isn't good at nutrition. The government isn't good at really most anything except fighting wars and collecting taxes. And that's about it. Well, no, third thing. And spending money they don't have. Outside of those three things, government isn't the best choice. But if you want to know how to spend money you don't have, ask the government. They'll do it better than anybody. Committing wars, they're fantastic at committing wars. But in collecting money, they collect more money than anybody does. But that's about it. Everything else is outside their expertise. So that's one of the things I would suggest about that. Miss K out of Australia does mention, and this is Monday morning for her, I believe, and probably at work right now, says, or on the way to work, says Dr. Stephen Gundry was a leading U.S. cardiac surgeon. He stopped doing surgery because the more he treated people not requiring surgery after looking at the neuroscience of food diet of his patients. Well, we had a lot of people. Think about some of the people who've lived the longest around the world. We have people who are living to be 105, 110, 112. And almost always, regardless of the culture that they happen to be in, the people who have lived over 100 years over and over again tend to be people who have lived a very different lifestyle. They've been people who work and walk and constantly are in motion. They're individuals who eat a lot of natural foods, foods that they grew themselves, not GMO, not fast food. That doesn't mean they don't have cigars or they don't drink alcohol. Many of them do, not to excess, but they do. But they have diets that are built around the concept of just natural foods, foods that they themselves grow and raise and live with. It's not that you have too much red meat. That's not the problem. The problem is, what else are you having? And how does your body digest it? And what are you doing with your life? Are you walking around a lot or are you sitting on the couch all day? There's your problem. There's the difference. Are you eating in between your meals? Are you eating a bunch of ho-hos? Or are you snacking on, I don't know, carrot sticks or peanuts or something? There's a big difference. So again, and I'm not trying to be any expert on this. I'm not. I can only tell you my experience, and I can tell you what I see in this. But my deepest concern is the more that we go to, but government said, the more likely you're falling away from the best answer, not falling to the best answer. So that's kind of my position on that. And I think Graham made a great point about health and nutrition. Yeah, I think he's right. You need a healthy, the more healthy your population is, the better your nation will be. But we already did that. That's why we lead. That's why everyone's coming here. Because we do have some of the highest healthcare, we have some of the highest nutrition, we have some of the highest access to foods of every type in the world. We're already succeeding without the government. Keywords, without the government. The more you put the government in there, the more it screws up. So I wanted to take a moment just to also mention. So Monica Crowley brought this up, but you may have seen this. We just had Janet Yellen, who is anything but the best genius for the U.S. economy, was just over in China. And what did she achieve? Nothing. but she calls it a great success. Nothing. She did nothing. She didn't help us. She didn't hurt America. She did better than Kamala Harris. We're not in a worse position than before she showed up. But really, it didn't do anything. This was not... Janet Yellen going to China to talk with the Chinese government was never about improving things. It was about making the Biden-Harris administration look good. We're still in a recession, in my opinion. We've been in the recession since the summer of 2022. We're going to continue in that recession till 2025. We're in a food crisis. We've been in that for over a year now. It's not going to go away. These are facts of the world. And inflation is up 17% since the day Joe Biden got in office. It doesn't have to be 17%. It is 17%. That has not changed. Janet Yellen isn't helping us. So that's just one thing I noticed. And the fact that she's overly eager, and as you can see, this isn't, at least as best as I can understand, the New York Post isn't manipulating the video. So she is repeatedly bowing to the Chinese officer. Now, maybe she's just eager and excited, could be, except she's been in the political game a long time. Woman's older than me. She's been in politics as long as I've been alive. So to say that she's awestruck and that's why she's doing this nervous, constant bow, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I think she's literally in awe, not because of a personality, not because of the position, just because she thinks the Chinese are in a better position than us. And notice he's not bowing at all. That's also very important. For Chinese news media, for the Chinese government, the fact that he is not bowing at all, and she is, makes her subservient to him. And that's important. It's important to understand the politics here. The subservient person is Janet Yellen, and Janet Yellen is extremely subservient. She is extremely happy to serve, not to be talking as equals. That's what that is telling the world. That is the message going out through Southeast Asia right now. Janet Yellen is subservient to the Chinese government. Marketing. That's the politics of it. You don't have to like it. That's the reality. I want to talk about something else. Tennessee and their transgender affirming ban. Okay? Let's talk about that. The trans ban, as it's been called. Oops. Hang on one second. Just fixing my typos here, and I'm going to put up a message. It's going up in Rumble, and then it'll be going up here as well. So let's talk about the Tennessee trans ban, which is really not a fair statement, but that's the way it's being marketed if you're looking at Twitter and a lot of social media. That oh my God, the Tennessee, the government, the courts, they just allowed a ban of all trans people. Not true. Not accurate. That's not what they're doing. It is accurate to say that they're not going with gender-affirming care. That's different, because that is what they said. In fact, if we look at it, Tennessee's ban on gender-affirming care. Notice they didn't say trans people or transgender people or the transgender movement. Gender-affirming care for minors. The key words here are for minors. Adults can do whatever the hell they want. They're not stopping you at 18, 19, 20, 21. If you want to chop off your genitals, go right ahead. No one's stopping you. If you're 8 and you're going back home from school and saying, "Hey mom, hey dad, I think I should chop off my genitals," that is something different. That is what they're talking about here. So we should understand that, because the news media isn't very clear about that, and it needs to be very clear. Because we always see the left, they like to try and say, they're going after trans people. No, they're not. Oh my God, they're trying to stop anyone from being trans. No, they're not. They're talking about minors. They're talking about children. People who cannot consent and do not have an understanding of their future. Therefore, they are not informed. They cannot understand the consequences of some of the decisions they make, and therefore they're not allowed to make some of these decisions, which is why we see New York State, California, and we hear the movement, the entire progressive movement are saying, oh, no, but you have to have blind of affirmation. That's their thing, affirmation. You must affirm this. You have no choice. If an 8-year-old says it, it must be true and you must do it. You must call them whatever name they want to be called by, and you have to let them chop off their genitals if they want to. And if you do, you're not a parent, in my opinion. You may disagree, but you're not a parent if you're just blindly affirming whatever your child says. You're the parent. You make the decision. The child lives with it. And at 18, when they're an adult, they can go off and make whatever decision they want. There's a difference there. There's a reason for that. So in Tennessee, they're banning gender-affirming care for minors. And it's immediate. As a federal court said, yep, this is okay. This is legal. It was a 2-1 decision in the Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals. Okay. Now, the interesting part of the conversation is here. The court cites Dobbs versus Jackson 9 times in their decision, arguing that the law likely does not discriminate on the basis of sex because the regulation of medical procedure that only one sex can undergo does not trigger heightened constitutional scrutiny. Now, that's all important, but I want you to hear something that's very important. The dissenting opinion, the one judge on the Sixth Circuit Court, one of the highest courts in the nation, Judge Helena White, does not agree with a banning gender-affirming care for minors. She's happy. She wants gender-affirming care for minors. She wants blind affirmation. And her argument is that the law, gender-affirming care, blind affirmation of children on decisions they do not understand or comprehend, she says that the law likely does discriminate based on sex. She wants discrimination. Where did we hear that recently? Where was that recent argument that we heard this from? When we heard Democrats and progressives say, oh, no, we must have discrimination. We must have affirmative action. We must have equal rights amendment, that we must discriminate for certain people. We need we need prejudice and bias doled out by the government in favor of certain people, which means, by definition, against other people. That we are going to decide as a government, the government will decide who they can discriminate against, who they can be prejudiced and biased against, who they can treat as less than human, because if you were human, you'd have the same rights and the government couldn't take them away from you. And this judge, this Sixth Circuit judge, is telling you that she is looking for discrimination. She knows it's discrimination. She knows the 14th Amendment doesn't allow discrimination. It doesn't allow prejudice and bias, and she wants it anyway. And then the article, I think, is very important. The very next thing the article goes into is, I feel. Who cares? The law isn't about how you feel. The Constitution isn't about you feel, but it is the article. The most important thing for the article to say is right after they tell you that this judge disagrees and this judge wants bias, wants prejudice, wants discrimination, and she knows it. She wants to violate the 14th Amendment. And the very next thing they say to that is, I feel. I feel like they don't see me as human. That is a feeling. That is an impression. It's not a fact. It's not a reality. It's transitory. You may feel like that today. In 10 years, you'll have a different feeling. In 10 minutes, you could have a different feeling. You talk to one person, you might have a different feeling. Feelings are transitory. Feelings are subjective. They are fluid. That's why they're not part of law. Because feelings aren't something that you can make a objective ruling on, that you can have an objective understanding, that everyone can objectively look at this and come to the same decision and same outcome. No. But what the judge is deciding on is she wants to protect feelings, not the Constitution, not the law, not parents. She wants to protect feelings. She's not even trying to protect the individuals that claim that they are trans. She's protecting the feelings of those individuals that say they are trans. Do you see how dangerous that is? That is insanely dangerous. I think it's crazy. And people are coming out, oh my God, Tennessee is so anti-trans. No, they're not. They're anti-LGBTQ. No, they're not. Oh my God, this is so horrible for people and they're going to destroy people's lives. No, they won't. Show me how they destroy lives. Please, show me the evidence of how they are destroying lives, how this is going to devastate someone. I understand people will say they feel, but people say they feel lots of things every day. Every day you'll have a dozen different feelings at any given moment. And just because someone quotes one of those feelings doesn't mean that the universe has changed. Give me evidence. Feelings aren't evidence. Feelings are an impression, and they're transitory. They're fluid. I don't care about feelings. I say that all the time, and I truly mean it. I don't care about feelings. Feelings will change. I care about, show me empirically. Show me something that is objectively true. I can objectively say children, when they're 8, they're 9, they're 10, 11, 12, do not have a clear understanding of the consequences of their actions. In fact, I could say that about 18-year-olds, even 25-year-olds, do not have a clear understanding of the consequences of their actions. I'm 55 and I'm just figuring out the consequences of the actions I did when I was 18. You mean to tell me an 18-year-old's going to understand what it is to be 55? I'm sorry, you don't have that concept in you. You can maybe imagine it, and I think an 18-year-old could have a better concept of what it could be like to be half a century old, but not someone who's 8, 9, 10 years old. They have no concept. They don't even have a concept of 20 years old. They don't have a concept of being 15. So there's the big difference. But you're going to be told, Tennessee is just so anti-LGBTQ. No. This has nothing to do with the LGBTQ. It has nothing to do with the gender sexuality alphabet. It doesn't. This has to do with protecting children from a fad. You may not like what I'm saying. That doesn't matter because whether you like it or not is a feeling, and I don't care about your feeling. But what is a fact is that there is a fad going on. There is a trend going now. It is fashionable to be trans. We are seeing this glorified in the news, in schools, in books, and in movies. We see this all over entertainment. It is glorified. We are selling an idea that your life will be complete and better if you're trans. And we have seen, as a result, an increase of over 600% the number of individuals that believe that they are trans. 600%. That's the kind of thing we only see with fads. When fads kick in, we see exponential increases in interest in that fad that never existed before. The item, the activity, all of that, it may have existed beforehand, but it never had the popularity. And this is about popularity. And we're seeing many, many Democrats trying to pass law based on popularity, because that will get them reelected. Because, as we have seen, from the top down, from Biden all the way down, popularity is the thing that they're more concerned with, not the individual. These are the same people that abandoned 5,000 Americans in Afghanistan, 10,000 Americans in Ukraine, 15,000 Americans in Sudan. They don't care about you. They don't care about your personal life. That's not important to them. But re-election is. It's a harsh thing to understand and to realize that they'll use anything that's popular that will give them more votes. Oh, you feel like you should have ice cream all day? We need to pass a law to give you more ice cream because you want ice cream. Is it good for you? Is there a good reason for it? Is there a reason why the government should pay to make sure that you have enough ice cream every day? No. Then why am I doing it? Why is it a law? Same concept. Same concept. And they'll say, oh, but Mike, you don't understand. You're right, I don't. Because it doesn't make any sense. I'll start with something simple. How many genders are there? And the answer is going to be 3, 6, 25, 31, 62, 82, 125. Don't believe me? Look it up in Google right now. Just type in how many genders. Matter of fact, I'll do it with you live. I will do this right now live with you. Let me show you. I'm going to type it into the search right now. How many genders are there? This is on Google. I'm doing this live. It's now, 7 p.m. on July 9th. Let's take a look. There are many different gender identities, blah, blah, blah. How many genders are there? Let's see. This says below, or there's 107, first article, 107 gender identities. There is no finite number of gender identities. That's the second one. That's women's health. No, there is no finite number. It is infinite. Medicine Net, 72 genders. How many genders are there? This is from Glamour, UK. 5 genders. 68 genders. Another article that says there is no fixed number of genders. There's infinite number of genders. University Hospital, Sussex. 3 sexes male. There are 3 sexes. Male, female, and intersex. Whatever that's supposed to mean. All 72 genders, 1,000 gender list, 112 gender list, 100 gender list, 63 gender list, 72, 81. Folks, if you can't figure out how many genders there are, how can we be making rules that are... How do we know we're even anywhere in the ballpark? This sounds like a fad. And you want people to commit their lives. You want law and legislation to make it concrete how we're going to trade something that we don't even know what it is. This is like Jeff Jackson out of North Carolina's 14th Congressional District all over again. There's a problem. We don't know what the problem is. We don't know how to fix the problem. But don't worry. Government's here. Government's going to do something for you. Jeff Jackson to the rescue. Same thing here. How can you tell me I have to affirm something that doesn't even make sense, that we don't even have an idea? It's infinite. I've shown you several articles from medical websites. These are credible sites being offered by Google. And what are they saying? Oh my God, there's infinite numbers. Infinite numbers. How do you make laws on infinity? How do you get a consensus on infinity? And you're telling me I'm supposed to blindly affirm that infinity? You're telling me that an 8-year-old has a concept of infinity? Does that make sense? Let's see. Graham says, it could be that sex is physical, biological, and gender is internal, psychological, emotional. I don't agree with that. I do not agree with that. I understand that's the argument they make. I don't agree with it. Graham says, going through sex-changing surgery, though, at any age is a bad idea. Surgery itself should only be used as a last resort option. Well, theoretically, and back in the day, up until 3 years ago, it was. That was the last option. And now it's readily available, and you're supposed to blindly affirm it. Graham says, I think too many people in our society don't have a realistic view of the dangers of all the surgeries. One major potential outcome of all the surgeries is death. Unless you really need it, surgery should be avoided. Well, one of the other big problems is endless, repeated, necessary surgeries, as we have seen from people who've tried to detransition, that they have lifelong health issues that they now must contend with. Even people who have gotten the surgeries must have lifelong surgeries, in many cases, to deal with this. Now, again, I'm not telling you can't do that. No. Don't misunderstand me. Don't put words in my mouth. Okay? Antifa, Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, Indivisible in New York, all you progressive organizations on the left, I'm not saying people can't do it, and I'm not telling anyone not to do it as an adult. Keyword, adult. You're an adult, do what you want. Your money, your life. Again, your money, not mine. Your money, your life. You want to do that to yourself? Fantastic. If you think it's going to make your life better, fantastic. That's your choice. You live with the consequences. But don't ask for my tax money, whether it's in the military or if it's coming from federal taxes. You don't get any of my money for this. This is your choice. This is the way you want to live your life. You know what? Let's make it fair trade. You want me to pay for your transition, you can pay for my mortgage. How's that? It's going to cost about the same. The amount of money that you need to pay off my mortgage is about the same money you're going to need to transition. If you want my federal monies for this, fantastic. Give me federal monies for what I want in my life. Oh, but you say, but Mike, you don't need a house. Yeah. And I don't need to pay for your life. Jason says, children do have an unrestricted view of what reality, that's what parents are for. Yes, that's it. Parents are to guide and restrict children. They forget that sometimes. Children need to be on a leash. Kids need to have boundaries. You need to tell your kids no from time to time. Forcefully at times. That's part of life. That's what adults are for. That's what parents are for. They are the guidelines for the child to grow up with, to have those restrictions in their life. And we have a member of the Sixth Circuit Court is saying, no. We want kids to decide whatever they want. And by the way, we're going to discriminate against people to allow those kids to do that, and you must blindly affirm it. And the government will step in and discriminate against you if you do not. That the government will have a bias. They will prejudice you if you do not do what the government has told you to do. This should scare people. If you weren't scared by affirmative action, then be scared by this. That the government is telling you they will punish you. That they are going to force an opinion on you. That's a problem. This is dangerous. Look, you can say, if you're a parent and you've got an 8-year-old kid and you want to chop off that kid's genitals, I think you're a criminal. That's my personal point of view. You're a criminal. But if you do that, that's you raising your kid. I think it's criminal, but you can make the argument that it's your kid. Okay, you can make that argument. It's your child. You get to raise your child your way. You can make that argument. Don't ask me for money. Don't look for my taxes, local, state, or federal, to pay for it. Don't look for my taxes to go and help deal with all the complications your child will live with. And if anything goes wrong and your kid turns out to be the next trans shooter in Tennessee or any other state, like we saw on the 4th of July, like we saw last year, if your kid wants to be a trans shooter, you're criminally liable too. You did this to them. You're responsible. And you should be held responsible. You're an accessory to the crime because you put them on that path. I didn't. That wasn't my choice. It's not a community choice. You want to tell me, well, yeah, but the government said so. The government doesn't have a right to make those choices for your life. Don't comply. Don't allow the government to bully you and choose things in your life. The government doesn't have control of your life. That's why we're in America. If you're in China, I'd say, yeah, you're right. I have sympathy for you because you're in China, you're in North Korea, you're in Cuba, you're in Venezuela. You're right. You don't have those choices. You're in Iran. You don't have those choices. Hell, if you're in Iran, women don't have the right to read without being poisoned. I understand. I have sympathy for that. But you're in America. Maybe you're in the European Union or you're in the United Kingdom, which means you have choices. You have freedom, varying degrees of freedom given, but you have freedom. And the government can't make you blindly affirm, and you shouldn't. You're not going to hear this from the rest of the news media. They're going to come out and they're going to tell you that Tennessee is anti-LGBTQ, which is a lie. This doesn't have anything to do with you being lesbian, doesn't have anything to do with you being gay, it doesn't have anything to do with anything, except that the government's telling you there should be discrimination. Which, if you are LGBTQ, you should be terrified of. You should be upset. If you're black, if you're a person of color, you should be upset that the government is saying it's okay to discriminate. Because we've lived through that, right? Didn't we live through that? Isn't that what we had? The whole sexual revolution. That's why we had the whole civil rights movement. Because we are individuals and there shouldn't be prejudice against any of us based on the color of our skin, our religion, our sexual personality. Isn't that what people fought for decades, if not hundreds of years? And now we're saying, no, but you misunderstand. Discrimination, prejudice, bias, it's okay. The government can do that if you aren't progressive. If you're not progressive enough, then it's okay. Did you hear that? I want you to think about that. It's okay. This is what the blind affirmation actually means. It is okay to be biased, prejudiced, and discriminate against certain people because the government said so, because they're not progressive enough, because they don't have a political ideology that the government happens to have, that a small group, less than 7% of Democrats, less than 2% of the nation have that ideology. And you have to obey. Does that sound like freedom? Does that sound like anything even approaching freedom? And as a woman, as a person who's LGBTQ, as a person who's a person of color, you should be terrified of this. This should be ringing alarm bells back and forth every day telling you something's wrong here. Something is very wrong. Again, I'm not telling you whether you can or can't be trans. You're a grown adult. You live your life. I sound like a libertarian when I say that. I'm not. I'm a Republican. I'm a conservative Republican. But I'll tell you this. You're an adult and you want to chop off your genitals? That's on you, as are the consequences. But we're not talking about adults. We're talking about children. And the progressives will try their very best to make sure that you don't remember that we're talking about 8-year-olds. They will do everything they can to try and make you think that we're talking about people who are 21 and 25 and not people who are in the single digits of age. And they will somehow try and conflate that there is no difference between an 8-year-old and a 25-year-old. These are often the same people who say, hey, maps are good. Minor attractive people are just natural. Those are the same people that will tell you that there's no difference between an 8-year-old and a 25-year-old or a 40-year-old because they're pedophiles. And pedophiles absolutely believe there is no difference, that an 8-year-old can consent. And the UN seems to agree with it because the UN came out with a report that said the same thing. We covered that on this channel a couple of weeks ago. They came out with the report, said, hey, children can consent to sex with adults. There is no difference. So if you believe that that's a good idea, if you think that pedophilia is a great thing, that this is completely natural, I wouldn't be surprised that you would also say that 8-year-olds can chop off their genitals. But I don't think anyone else agrees with that. Let me go back to some of the comments here. So I did get Jason's comment that children do have an unrestricted view of reality. That's what parents are for, to give them those boundaries. Graham says, when children raised by bad parents end up turning into mass shooters, society is forced to collectively bear the losses. Bad parents can offload the consequences of bad parenting decisions onto society, and yet at the same time keep the gains they made from that same society. And that's the problem, and I don't want to hit that. I think we need to cut it off at the bud, which means don't support discrimination. That we should be happy that Tennessee has banned blind affirmation and that the Sixth Circuit Court has recognized that blind affirmation is not something that the government can force onto your life. Ms. K says that in a recent Gallup study, 0.7% of teens aged 13 to 17 identify as trans. So abdication of the child's rights to have puberty blockers and reassignment surgery due to child suicide attempt survey reports attempting suicide in their lifetime, while 29% of trans female teens say attempted suicide. The suicide rate for those who are trans has been fixed at 45% historically. 45%. Post and pre and post operation, 45%. That's just fact. Within 5 years of the operation, going either way, either before the operation or after operation, suicide rate is 45%. It's the highest suicide rate in any category of people that I'm aware of. Every study I've seen, there is no higher category. And they're about 0.5% of the population at best. Some estimates are even lower than that. So we are seeing an exponential increase that we have never seen before. This is a fad. And I'm not surprised that we're seeing that individuals, regardless of age, are more prone to suicide. I've said this before. As I just showed you, We don't understand. There's somewhere between 3 and infinity number of genders. We're probably wrong. Actually, the number should be somewhere between 2 and infinity genders. And we have scientists that will line up in between there, as I showed you, with their papers saying, no, 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 the right number is 81, the right number is 125, the right number is 36. We've got these professionals telling us all these numbers. They all have agendas. This is all politics driven. So maybe we need to weed out the politics, look at the science, and wait until we get the consensus before we start committing children to these life-altering decisions. And in the meantime, let's not force parents into blind affirmation. Maybe that's the right step there. I know there's going to be somebody's going to be all kinds of pissed off at me. Someone on the left is going to be, oh my God, Mike just doesn't understand. Oh, he's anti-LGBTQ. Don't assign values to my life. You don't know them. I'm not trying to assign values to individuals. I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to keep government out and prevent government from assigning values for us. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, folks. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Oh my God. We've been on for 4 hours and 51 minutes. We've covered a lot of ground today, don't you think? Let me mention again, if you've made it this far, please like, share, and subscribe. If you found this to be educational, informative, just interesting at all, whether you're listening to me as you go to sleep or whether you're listening to this conversation and actively involved, whether you've called in or left a comment, or maybe you will later in the future. Maybe you're seeing this after we've done it live. Please leave your comment. But most of all, like, share, and subscribe. Let us get to a larger audience. We are facing suppression and censorship on a regular basis. YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, they hate us. They hate that we offer a different voice, an unapproved voice from the mainstream media. And they don't want you to hear that. They want you to obey. Again, that blind affirmation. The fact that prejudice is okay if you're not a progressive. We don't agree with that. And the best way to show them that you don't agree, like, share, and subscribe. And if you really feel generous, if you have the capability, you can join our Patreon. It's $1.50 per month. I put out more content that you would actually listen to than Hulu and YouTube probably combined. Excuse me, Hulu and Netflix probably combined. And you'll save money. And if you really feel excited, you can always donate more at PayPal. That's your choice. You have freedom. You have the choice. You don't have to do any of that. I'm happy just having you as part of my audience. But if you want to, trust me, it'll help pay the bills. It's expensive to do this. It costs like $5,000 a year. It's not easy. And I'd like to have some staff. Make my life a little easier. I want to hire a couple people. Can't do it with my income. I need you. You guys make it all possible. I should bring up one more time that, where is it? Bear with me. Really? Come on. Vice President, I do want to bring up one more time that we will be having next week. It's currently out on Patreon. Our entire conversation with a 2024 presidential candidate, Mike Termott. And we have the entire interview. It's on Patreon as we speak. We had the interview yesterday, and it's already available for our Patreon viewers, and they are able to see it. Coming next week, we will be releasing it on YouTube and Rumble and the other social media, so you'll be able to see it there. But our Patreon viewers will be able to see it right now. Again, it's $1.50 a month, so that's up to you. Graham says, for genders, maybe we should start with the number 32. Why? I'll start with the number 2. How about that, Graham? I start with 2, and I end with 2. There are 2 genders. That's it. But you say start with there are 16 personality types based on the Myers-Briggs system. That's only one of multiple systems. Some systems have more, some have less. So why make it 32? 2 sexes, male and female, 2 times 16 equals 32 genders. That's interesting, except people aren't that simple. And there aren't just 16 personality types. But there are. Biology, the way genetics are pretty simple. There's only 2 genders. That's just, unless you're an amoeba, there's pretty much just 2 genders on the face of the earth. There aren't zebras with 16 genders. It's just not happening. Nor is there infinite number of genders. That's just ridiculous. Let's be serious here. That's just silly. And how many, there were 3 different reports that said, oh yeah, there's an infinite number of genders. No, you just are pandering like crazy if you believe that. That's ridiculous. No, there's 2 genders. 2 sexes, 2 genders. That's where I stand. People don't have to like it. They don't have to agree with me. 2 sexes, 2 genders. Done. Nature was pretty explicit about that. Now, how you live your life, totally different thing. You can live your life any way you want to if you're an adult. If you're a grown adult and you want to be something other than what you are, knock yourself out. You want to call yourself Daffy Duck, go for it. There are people that say that they're cats. There are people who say that they're toasters. Literally, you hear me say that all the time. It's because there are people who want to be acknowledged as toasters. They want to be acknowledged as inanimate objects. This is a real thing. This is part of those 32 different genders or infinite number of genders. They think that they're a rock, they're a dog, they're a cat. These things exist. There's someone who said that they are a toaster. Hey, that's your life. By the way, I don't have to respect that. I don't have to live with that. I don't have to acknowledge that. Again, your feelings are yours. My feelings are mine. And that's something that seems the progressives can't live with, which is why they need discrimination. They can't live with the idea that you could have a feeling that they don't have first, that you could have a feeling that you don't share with them, because they think you're a category. So therefore, you must agree with them, because an individual might not. I think you're an individual. And that means that individually, you can have whatever feeling you want. You can believe whatever you want. And I don't have to accept it, or I can. That's my choice. But I'm not obligated. You're not obligated. And the left doesn't believe in that. They believe in obligation. You must. You don't have a choice. They don't believe in you as a human being. Because human beings have choice. And they're telling you, you don't have choices. So they think you're not a human being. Miss K says, I have concerns when life is at risk. But interesting fact that rates are high pre and post op. I agree with you. Get the science stuff first. And until then, hold off. With children, yes. I mean, if you're an adult and you want to risk it, go for it. I don't care. If we're talking about a child, no, hands off. Leave them alone. I know you joined the Patreon. I did see that. Thank you for that. The Patreon is slowly growing, and it's fantastic. And I think and Miss K, you can even comment on it, but I think the interview was really good. I think we got a lot of, unlike some who approach interviews with presidential candidates or any candidate, and they have an agenda, we don't do that. I know I'm a Republican now. I'm a conservative, absolutely. But not when I'm doing an interview with a candidate running for an elected office. And instead, I make sure that we answer the questions that you have, questions that the public are trying to deal with, and we speak to candidates in that manner and make sure that we get answers to the questions so that we don't have people trying to play games and dance around. I've been doing this too long. I see that. I don't let them get away with that. I get the answers. And I think we did that in the conversation with Mike Termat. He did a great job. He answered the questions. Doesn't matter whether I like them or not. Don't ask me. Don't ask me if, Mike, did you like his answer? It doesn't matter. That's not why I was asking the question. I asked the question so you can tell me, did you like his answer? Do you want to support him as a candidate or not? That's up to you. That's not for me to decide. I don't get to make that choice. I get to ask the question. You get to hear the answer, and then you get to make your choice. Graham is saying that he doesn't take the topic of genders that seriously. I don't think anyone should. We recognize that there is a broad spectrum of political orientations. Not that broad, but okay. We also know that there are masculine females and feminine males. Yes. But a male, no matter how feminine, is male. A female, no matter how masculine, is still female. The term to Graham says to him, the term gender is just an attempt to put a label or a descriptor or a category on a person and what they believe. It is the whole reason why we have these genders, and regardless of how many there may or may not be, whatever you want to choose as the number, understand that this is the left creating another category. Again, they put out another category, and they have given those categories more or less rights, or as they like to say, privilege, than you. This is another way to subdivide. It is always about division. It is always about breaking things apart. It's kind of like my conversation with Alternative out of the United Kingdom when we said, what is this all about? You can't build on sand. The progressive movement is about destroying things, about breaking things apart, to constantly whittle things down like grains of sand on a beach. They're constantly falling apart. It's always just one more category, one more dehumanizing list of qualities that they call their equity list. But it builds nothing. It benefits no one except for the political elites at the very top who get to make all the decisions. They want you to have their feelings, not your own. These elites that you don't know the name of, that you never voted for, that you have never seen and never heard the names of, they have a feeling, and you're supposed to have the same feeling as them. Or otherwise, you're the problem. They have things that they like. You're supposed to like them too. Otherwise, you have a problem. Why would you do that? You're a human being. You're an individual. Good, bad, or otherwise. You're a human being. You're an individual. You have your own feelings. I respect that. Whether I like it or not has nothing to do with it. I respect you're a human being. You have your rights. You have your capabilities. I respect them, and I live with that. I don't need some other person telling me how I should feel about you and your individuality. I don't need them to tell me how I should react to your category. I reject that. I deal with you as an individual. Whether you like me, love me, hate me, follow me, whatever, that's up to you and I. We don't need government involved. We don't need political ideology involved. That doesn't help. So yes, Graham, I do agree with you. It is a term to put a category on people to dehumanize. It is a wonderful way to dehumanize even more and to create even more categories on this never-ending equity list. Okay, folks, so we've been on 5 hours, and that's a long time for today. Covered a lot of ground. Again, look for my interview with Mike Termat, or join the Patreon and see it right now. It's up to you. We thank you no matter what. that you've been our audience, that you've been involved, the phone calls, the text comments, the comments over on Rumble. We appreciate you. We thank you. And we look forward to seeing all of your comments. I thought it was a good show as well. I thank my new audience that are over in the European Union that joined us. I also want to thank those in the United Kingdom that joined us when we were watching the program. And of course, my very special Miss Kay, who's down in Australia. Thank you as well. And of course, everybody from across America. Thank you all. I want you to be well. I look forward to seeing you not only throughout the week, but also every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time when we do this live stream live with everybody. Talk to you soon, folks.